Computer crashed. All right. Can't do nothing about that. Just gotta Sally, Sally forth. Just gotta sally forth. That's really all there is to it. So today we're gonna play around with the Ice Maiden. If you guys are unfamiliar with the Ice Maiden, we're gonna have a little bit of fun with the Ice Maiden. I'm gonna pull up Hero Editor. I already created the character before I loaded everything because, quite honestly, I didn't want to run into another crash. Diablo 2 LOD doing its thing. Let me go ahead and pull up the beautiful, wonderful Hero Editor real quick. Boop. I'm trying to reset up the stream real quick. Everything got messed up, of course. Hey, at least it was at the beginning of the stream and not like all the way at the end of the stream when everything was already like established and it was already going for several hours and it had a whole bunch of people. You know, it was at the beginning of the stream when it doesn't really matter all that much, right? The beginning of the stream, which is exactly where you want it to be. I'm just trying to transfer over all the settings from the previous stream to the new one and delete the old one. Take me like a couple seconds here. Good Lord, freaking dog sounds like a horse sometimes. I swear I have a horse for a dog and not an actual dog. I don't even know what the hell's going on with him. Like, you know how horses do that thing where they like sigh really hard and they're like, I'm like he literally does that. Like, and it sounds like a horse. He's as big as a horse too. I mean, he probably is a horse for all I know. I mean, I might as well just admit it. He's a horse. A horse is a horse. A horse, of course. A horse is a horse, of course. Unless his name is Kubus Abubus. All right, we should be good to go. I'm going to delete the original stream since it literally was only like 7 minutes long. Bink. Done. All right, so what are we going to do? We're going to play around with an Ice Maiden today. Let me go ahead and pull this over here so I can actually see it while I'm on stream here. Oh, get ready for all the sound effects. This thing hates pulling up files. All right, let's go ahead and max out our gold because why not? We're going to make her level 93, which is a really decent level for most characters. Hell difficulty. Let's go ahead and give her all the quests finished. All the waypoints in all the difficulty settings. 110 skill points, right? Level 93 is 110, I think. I never want to trust myself. That's the problem. I never trust myself. So 92 times, or sorry, 92 plus 4 per act, plus 4, plus 4, plus 4. So, what was that? Like 104? 110 is the max. So I'm looking at 104 then. 104 is level 93. So there we go. 104. Alright, I gotta fix her HP real quick too. Otherwise, she'll have ridiculously low HP and mana for no reason. So Amazon has 2 hit points per level up, 1 stamina per level up, and 1.5 mana per level up. So back to the calculator again. The calculator. So we're looking at 92 times 2 plus 184 plus 50. So we got 234 for her base HP. Her mana is going to be 1.5. So 92 times 1.5 plus her base, which is 14. So she's going to have a total of 152. And then her stamina is 1 per level. So 92 plus 84. So she's 176 stamina. Alright, that should be it. Save. Her stat points. Oh yeah, that's right. We gotta do her stat points too. So level 93 stat points. So 92 times 5. And then it's 5 per act, so 15 total, right? Plus 15 for each difficulty setting. So 475. Alright, so that gets her set up. She's now a Hell Amazon. She's level 93. She has gold. So I can play around with that. Let's go ahead and give her equipment. So this is going to be like the optimal setup. I'm going to be building her into like what I would consider like the optimal Amazon in this particular build, focusing completely on, of course, ice damage. So she's not going to be focusing on anything else. So let's go ahead and give her, first off, let's just give her a cube, because I always use a cube. Like I never don't use a cube. That's, other people like to do that. I've never been a person who takes the cube out of my character. On top of that, you know, it's easy to put your Nihilist Charm and your Annie in there. So why not? Speaking of a Nihilist Charm and Annie, let's go ahead and give her Nihilist Charm. If you're wondering where I'm getting all these files, by the way, if you've never actually seen me do this before, I know a lot of you have. But for those of you who haven't, this is my GGM's item pack. And GGM's item pack, it usually gets spammed by Nightbot a bunch of times. As well as the link to it is in the description of the video. So if you guys want to download it, all the files and everything that I'm using today are inside of the pack. It's extremely easy to get your hands on this and utilize it. It's always has been. Even with Kingpins, you could still get most of these items just fine. But like nowadays, with my new item pack, you have everything literally at your fingertips that you could ever want, including Sunder Charms too, which is of course even better. All right, Amazon Hellfire Torch. Let's also give her skillers, because she's definitely going to be one of those characters that uses skillers. She's most likely going to be using multiple skillers, as many bow skillers as she can possibly get. So let's just go ahead and give her all the bow skillers that we can give her. And let's give her 2 more just in case we want to experiment later on in her stash so that she can like deck herself out. And you know, let's give her 4 more actually. Keep moving the hero editor window like an idiot. Let's give her 4, yeah, 2 more, 4 more, you know, so to speak. All right, she's also going to be utilizing some small charms. The goal with this is to get her ice damage as high as possible, so we actually want small cold damage charms, the highest cold damage that we can get. This is 15 to 29, so those will work. These are Hibernal of the Winter. So we're going to give her a whole bunch of Hibernal of the Winter charms. This is going to increase her ice damage exponentially, so we're going to have a lot of fun with that. I've been kind of like debating on the boots. I'm not really sure if I'm going to have huge mana issues or not, because Ice Sun does have pretty big mana issues. So I'm kind of like flip-flopping back and forth between 2 pairs of boots. I would really like the Silk Weaves, because the Silk Weaves are just absolutely excellent boots for mana consumption. Not only do they give you more mana, they also give you the 5 to mana after each kill, including 30% faster run walk. But as a character who also fires a bow, that is technically sort of a melee character, Gore Riders are still like among the best pair of boots that you can put on. So I'm kind of torn between Gore Riders and Silk Weaves. I guess it'll depend on how much open wounds, crushing blow, and other effects I have on my other equipment that I put on for this build. The helmet is most definitely going to be a Nightwings. I don't think there's any other choice for the helmet. It's pretty much the best option, like no matter what. So let's just go ahead and give ourselves a Nightwings Veil. For the amulet, I was really kind of like torn on this one. I wasn't really sure exactly what I wanted to do. I do like the idea of having High Lords for attack speed, but I also like the idea of having +2 skills to increase the the damage much better. But I do think in the end, the attack speed on High Lords with +1 is probably better than the latter. One more plus to skill I don't think is going to make a huge difference on my damage, but being able to fire my bow a little bit faster probably will. But just in case, we'll give her a Mara's as well. We might have resistance issues, so we'll figure that out as we go along. Let's just go ahead and add in a Mara's as well. And then we're also going to give her, she's actually going to be using Bulkathos probably, or Sojas, one or the other. This is an interesting one because she wants as many plus to skills as she can get. So I'm actually going to load her in 2 Stone Ring of Jordans. I'm going to load her in 2 Bulkathos, and we're going to play around with that, and we're going to see which one I like better. It really depends on what kind of equipment I'm wearing. Let's see, Bulkathos, and we'll just copy the Bulkathos. For the armor, it's definitely going to be something that can give me both plus to skills and negative cold resistance. And I've actually went through this before on another character. And although I would really like to use a rune word like Chains of Honor doesn't offer me any negative res. And I want as much negative res as I can get. So I think the only real good option for negative res and plus the skills at the same time is the Arcane's Valor. So she's going to be wearing an Arcane's Valor. It did not specifically mention amplify damage or decrepify. I'm going to have to assume that it is applying the penalty, Steve. Either that or it always did, and maybe we just didn't see it right. Maybe when we were testing, we didn't quite test it properly, and they were like, what are they talking about? It still applies the penalty just fine, or something stupid like that. But yes, like from what I'm seeing in the patch notes, it does not specifically state amplify damage or decrepify, so we might be safe, but there's no guarantee of that. We definitely need cold facets, so let's just go ahead and put a bunch of cold facets in. We're probably going to need at least 2 cold facets that I can think of off the top of my head. Jewels. Let's see what cold facet I have. 5/5 die. Okay, so I need at least 2. Let's just go ahead and put in 5. Just in case I want to slap it into something else while I'm testing. I'll just have it waiting there for me. Now, the optimal bow for a Ice Maiden, like a pure Ice Maiden, is actually a rune word. And it is the rune word bow called Ice. And I kind of want to test out both a Grand Matron bow, a Grand Matron bow, and I also want to test out the opposite bow, which is the crap, I don't have it on here, do I? I want to test out the faster version. So there's two elite bows. One of them is higher damage, higher physical damage. The other one is faster, with less physical damage. And I want to test out both of them to get an idea of which one I would prefer. As an Ice Zon, you would kind of think, honestly, that you would want the faster one. But I'm not entirely sure how that's going to work out. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to create this as a different bow. So if you guys have never actually done this before in Hero Editor, pay attention, because this is the process by which you actually edit an item into another item. It's a little bit of a strange process. The first thing that you have to do is you have to take the item and put it into the item pickup slot. Okay? Once it's in the item pickup slot, then you have to edit the item that's in the item pickup slot. All right? This is a little bit different than how we normally do things. So you have to actually right-click on the item. Of course, hold on. You actually have to right-click on the item and go to edit from the item cube, and that brings up our window here. And then when you're in this window, what you're going to be doing is you're going to go to the item code, 32 item code right here, and you're going to look for the matriarchal bow in the list. And here we have it right here, matriarchal bow. And it's going to warn us. I know you can't see the warning, but it says the socketed items may be screwed up if you change this item. Only keep this change if you are sure that the total number of sockets will still be okay. Do you wish to still make this change? And you say yes, and then you have to go into other and check the sockets, because a lot of the times the sockets get screwed up. If you have a specific rune word, like for instance, if you're trying to make the ice rune word, the ice rune word is a 1, 2, 3, 4 socket rune word. Notice that the number of sockets changed to 5. So we need to change that back to 4. And then we need to save the modified item. And then now we have the matriarchal bow in place of the original. And it still has the rune word in it and everything, because we just basically converted it from one item type to another. And that's not really too big of a deal. All right, so now that we have the bows, both bows, let's also grab our budget options. So if you guys are unaware, there actually is a budget option for a ice Amazon, and it actually works pretty well, especially if you're doing pure ice. It's a rather easy to get your hands on bow. It's called a Wiz and Draw bow. The Wiz and Draw bow is only level 29. It's a normal difficulty bow. And it has a massive, I mean, just absolutely massive, negative 35% enemy cold resistance on it, which is absolutely perfect for the freezing arrows on. Now, you can also socket it with a facet, which is also another bonus. So it goes as high as negative 40% on one item, which is kind of insane. You do have to upgrade it, though. So you're going to have to actually upgrade it in the cube. So you're going to need the runes to upgrade that, which is going to be a shale, a towel. Or sorry, no, that's my bad. That's armor. I'm pulling the armor one out of my brain. You're going to need a soul, a ral, and a perfect emerald. There we go, and a P emerald, and you're gonna want to upgrade it again too. That's the interesting thing. So you're gonna want to upgrade this to the elite tier. So it's gonna go from the normal to the exceptional, and then the exceptional to the elite, and you need a pull and a lum rune to get it to the next tier. And we're gonna have to have 2 emeralds, miscellaneous gems, emerald, quantum gemeralds. All right, there we go. So we've got our 3 bows that are potentially for what we need. Now, I'm not exactly sure what to get for the belt slot. Probably Arachnid's Mesh, like, because plus the skills is going to be king with this particular build. So I feel like Arachnid's Mesh might be the best belt, like, no matter what. So let's just go and throw an Arachnid's Mesh on here, just in case. We'll also grab a razor tail. We'll grab a razor tail just in case we want to see if extra piercing can help us out with this. And then for the gloves, we're most likely going to be using either 320s or 220s. So either 320s with like 10% crushing blow, or 220s with 220s with 10% crushing blow, or 320s just generic. I kind of feel like the 320s might be the better choice, but I don't really know if I have any of those handy, actually. I might not. I could probably craft a pair real quick. Let me go into my miscellaneous crafted items and just grab a pair of blood gloves. It doesn't really matter which ones they are. What is this? That is just the ones I use for crafting. All right, let's grab corpse hands. 10% increased attack speed, 10% chance of crushing blow, +2 martial arts. All right, so we're going to edit this. And I'm going to change the magic effects a little bit so we can get them to what we're looking for. So I'm not going to change everything. I'm only going to change what we actually need. So these need to be 20% for them to be viable. So we save them to 20%. And we need to change the martial tree to the bow skill tree, which is what we're going to be looking for when we level up this character. So it's going to be a +2 bow skill gloves. And so now we have a pair of 10% crushing blow, +2, 20% IAS, 3% lifesteal bow skill gloves. They're not amazing. The fire resistance is only 7%. They have 11 life, which could be a lot higher. We definitely don't need poison nova charges. So they're not like perfect, but they're good enough for what we're trying to do. And that pretty much finishes off the character. Except for like how we're going to build it. So let's go ahead and save her. I'm going to close all this out. And let me copy her over real quick, and then we're going to go into the game. We're actually going to test her out. I'm actually kind of excited with this because I really want to see how she functions as a character. Like with the Sunder Charm, like how good her damage output is when you're focusing almost entirely on ice and nothing else, and what her survivability is also. That's also going to be an important consideration as well. I need to figure out whether I need to build her tankier or whether it's going to be okay for me to leave her, you know, kind of loosey-goosey where she doesn't really have the best resistances. Yeah, because, you know, dodge, void, and evade can cover a whole lot. And if I beef up dodge, void, and evade high enough, even if she has bad resistances, a lot of the time she won't get hit. So it can be interesting. I'm also gonna have a lot of extra points. Like Frost Maiden is a very easy build. Works very well, like for pointage. So I'm gonna have a lot of extra points to do with what I want, and this is gonna be fun trying to figure out exactly how I want to build this character and make it work. All right, so let's take a look at the two bows first, because I think that's one of my biggest considerations here in the ice bow, is I really want to see which one of these bows is the one that I want to choose. So we've got a very fast attack speed on both, of course. The matriarchal bow, I can never say that word right, is 187 dexterity and 87 strength, whereas the Grand Matron is 152 dexterity and 108 strength. As far as stat point investment, it does seem like the Grand Matron bow is the better choice of the two, because I wouldn't have to dump literally every single point that I have into dexterity. And I'm already going to have pretty high strength for things like the Arcane's Valor and whatnot. So I'm not really sure if I want to go with the faster bow yet, but let's just go ahead and put the points in. Let's see how it turns out. Let's go ahead and put the facet in the Wizen Draw, put the facet in the helmet, put the facet in the armor. Let's go ahead and upgrade the Wizen Draw real quick so we can get this out of the way. So the Wizen Draw upgrades from the long battle bow to the large siege bow. Then he upgrades from the Wizen Draw to the Crusader bow, which is a pretty decent little upgrade path. It's not as good, honestly, as it probably could be, but it's decent. And with negative 40% enemy cold resistance, it actually beats out the negative 20 on the ice, which is kind of insane. Although the ice does have the plus 30% cold skill damage, so it's interesting to consider that Wizen Draw could potentially be a higher damage output versus cold immunes than ice, whereas ice is going to be a higher damage output versus the non-cold immune monsters. I also need to go grab my Mercenary and get him set up, so let me go ahead and grab an Act 2 Mercenary. I'm just going to bogart some equipment off some of my other characters. It's easier that way. What the hell aura do I actually want to do? I already have Holy Freeze with the ice. Might doesn't really do me any good. I mean, I could double up Holy Freeze. It would be interesting. Let's double up Holy Freeze. Let's just really make the Holy Freeze just absolute. Let's just really dig in to the cold, like as much as humanly possible. Let's really dig in. Why not? All right, let me go grab really quickly. Let me go grab some equipment for him. I have an infinity sitting on another character real quick, and this character has an infinity sitting on him. He's got a couple infinities sitting on him actually. Actually, you have the giant thresher right there. And then let's grab some mercenary equipment. We'll just grab some pretty standard stuff. I'm pretty sure this guy has a fortitude and an Andy's visage.
Afternoon.
Yep, fortitude, Andy's visage. We're just gonna steal her fortitude and Andy's visage. We'll throw that in the stash. Yeah, we could do Blessed Aim instead. I don't really think you need it with Frost Arrow though, to be honest. But you know, it could be an option. I mean, it's definitely going to up my attack rating. All right. Fortitude for user. Infinity for user. And Dariel's visage. Do I have a shale rune to throw in there real quick? I got Co's. I got no shales. Both my ice charms are missing too.
That to good use.
Probably on this one. I think it's on this one. What's up, Slim? I was so reflex. You see me reflex that holy shield? I'm not even playing this character. I have no intention of going and doing anything with this character. Still reflex hit the holy shield because, you know, reasons. I have to hit the holy shield, okay? It's important. All right? It's very important. Let's grab a Ravenfrost too just in case we want to swap out. And cuz we don't have Can It Be Frozen. Isn't that funny? We're an Ice Maiden, and we do not have Can It Be Frozen. Not particularly that we might need it. I'm going to be honest with you. Where everything's going to be nice and chilly frosty. We might not even get hit by anything the way this build runs. Alright, so to use the Cold Rupture Charm, I'm going to have to take one of the bow skillers off, which is sad. Very sad. Boo-hoo. Very, very sad. I guess we could swap one of the Sojas out for the Ravenfrost. It's probably a good idea. Alright, so let's go ahead and get our 187 dexterity. Some points of strength too while we're at it. Oh, required level 94. Are you kidding me? That's some high level gloves. I need some gloves. I can't just be not having that +2 and 20%. Let's see if I can edit in some gloves real quick. I didn't realize the level requirement of those gloves was going to be so high. Lord Jesus, all the bing bang bongs. Doot, 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 doot. Not sure what level these are. I guess we'll find out. Alright, just gotta reboot real quick so I can grab the gloves. Nothing ever goes as planned. Nothing. Enough to make a man want to eat 40 Rice Krispie treats. I was at the store and I was like, I need more snacks for latter day. I was like, this huge box of 40 Rice Krispie treats will certainly do the job. Oh, Lord. $40 Rice Krispie treats, my friend. 40. I mean, you get the best bargain for buying the biggest boxes. Hey, I avoid sugar on a regular basis, Scriddles. My main drink of choice is water. Literally, that's all I drink for the most part is water. Alright, so give me a break. Y'all probably out there drinking soda every single day of your lives. Don't be looking down on my Rice Krispie treats. Don't be looking down on my Rice Krispie treats. Alright? Alright, so I traded out my level 94s for +2 bow and crossbow, 20% IS, 6% lifesteal, 10% crushing blow, 15 strength, 40 life. Wow, those are actually kind of broken. That might be a little bit too good for like a test build. those are a little too amazing there. All right, let's get this correct here. So we need 165 strength. I went 5 points too far. Oh, redo. $187 on the Dujank here. And everything else pretty much into vitality at this point. My mana's at 356. I would be surprised what chat eats. All right. So, right off the bat, we already know what we're building. We're an Ice Maiden. So let's just go ahead and drop in 20 and 20. All right, so right off the bat, we've got 20 in there, 20 in there. We've got level 40 freezing arrow, which is pretty beast. We're most likely going to want multi-shot at the very least, or strafe. At least 1 point in either. I was thinking maybe strafe would be better than multi-shot. I don't know. Because I'm not really quite sure how that's going to work out either way. I feel like strafe gets you more life and mana steal per shot than multi-shot does. So if you're in a position where you need like some extra life and mana, although multi-shot is nice, it also costs a lot when it goes up in levels. And as you can see by my ice arrow here, it's going to be level 21. Either one of these abilities is going to be level 21. Although strafe is a lot more point investment than multi-shot. Let's just go ahead and grab all of them. Because I'm definitely going to want guided arrow as well. Let's go ahead and put a point in all our dodges. We need at least 1 point in all of these. And we're definitely going to want a Valkyrie as well. And that's like the basic. I haven't used up the rest of my 49 points build. Like literally the character will work right now as she is with no problem. Like I could totally play this character just like this. And she'd probably wreck shop. So let's go ahead and throw freezing arrow on the left click. Strafe on the right click.
Not in town.
And well, we have negative 30% fire resistance, 5% lightning, 0% poison. Our resistances are not good, my friends. Not good. But our damage is exceptional. We are currently dishing out 4,495 to 4,739 explosion damage, which is actually more than what's rated on our skill. So our skill only goes up to 4,110. But because we have cold damage from other sources, like for instance the charms, are beefing that up more. The skill damage is beefing that up more from Nightwing's Veil. Of course, the facets are also beefing that up a little bit more. And I'm really kind of interested in, like, which one of these. Why are these +2 instead of +3? That is a big oversight. Both the ice bows are only +2 bow and crossbow instead of +3 bow and crossbow. Which is a pretty big difference in damage when you're getting into higher levels and you have all these things like cold skill damage and all the other effects going on. Alright, so let's grab the Grand Matron bow. Let's take that out for now. Let's put the Wizen Draw in on the other side. Oh, well, thank you, Chad. Yeah, he was talking about him a little while ago, and hopefully he's had fun testing out with the charms. The item pack has been pretty popular. I've actually seen quite a few people grab the pack and download it and start testing out with the charms. 5 boxes of zebra cakes and some liquid deaths. Yes, that's correct. Alright, so Wizen Draw loses us a pretty hefty amount of cold damage. We go from 4,492, or sorry, 4,739 to 3,655. So Wizen Draw is a lot less damage, like just in general. Let's go test this on Eldritch, which is always cold immune. Eldritch is always a cold immune monster, so that'll be fun. And what is the difficulty that I'm on right now? Currently on P8. Alright, so keep that in mind as we test. I have no potions. Let's go grab some potions. I don't even think I have Mana Steel. I didn't even put any Mana Steel on this character. Which probably would have helped out a lot, you know, since I'm a freaking mana hog character. Alright, let's go play around with this in a big giant group of cold immune monsters. The cold immune monsters are really what I'm testing. In fact, you know what, let's switch over to Wizen Draw, which is less damage but more negative resistance.
Not enough mana.
I've got no Mana Steel, my friends. So what am I at negative resistance wise? Kind of interested in this. So if I go to my character panel, with Wizen Draw I'm at -50. With Ice I'm at -30. The Frost Novas coming out are kind of cool too. As if all the monsters weren't already like permanently chilled, but here have some more chilling effects. Hey, some alders. Alright, just for dramatic comparison, let's change this to P1. For dramatic comparison. We'll grab some more potions. We're going to go to River of Flame this time.
Salutations.
River of Flame also has some cold immunes in it too, so hopefully it should show it off. Well, who you rushing on like that? This is some poor density here. And this is, of course, not built fully. Like, this is not utilizing all of what I could possibly utilize. I could definitely make this character a little bit better. I have 49 skill points that I still haven't spent. So speaking of the CC, Yannick, this is an interesting thing about this particular character, is that the CC on this character can be enhanced by utilizing Ice Arrow, which nobody does because they're usually trying to save on skill points. But as you can clearly see, I don't need to save on skill points. I literally have 49 extra skill points to use, right? So so what we can do is we can actually enhance the duration of Freezing Arrow by a large amount with Ice Arrow. So we can stack out Ice Arrow, 20 points, which is going to increase our cold damage on Freezing Arrow, or sorry, cold duration on Freezing Arrow to 4 seconds. So now our CC is going to be even more insane. Of course, if the monster actually survives. And then we still have 30 skill points left. So even after we beef out Ice Arrow, we still got 30 more skill points left, which we could do anything we want with. We could go extra crits. I mean, we don't even really need extra crit there. We got 59 crit there. We've got a decent amount of penetrate. We've got 75% chance to pierce. I mean, we could beef out the Valkyrie. Could be an interesting choice. Like, let's just go ahead and dump 20 points into the Valkyrie. Then we have God Valkyrie. And then we still have 11 points left, which we could spread in between the dodge, avoid, and evade if we want to. So we could just be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now we got a decent amount of dodge, avoid, and evade. Making her tankier, which is what we need, right? We need her to be tankier. I'm trying to think where we can test her to really like figure out how good she's going to be. I mean, the cow level doesn't really work because there's no there's no cold immunes there. Although we can take her to the cow level just for fun. Let's bump it up to players 8. Let's go to the cow level real quick, and let's see how she does in the cow level. The Nova is actually coming from the Ice rune word. So Ice has a 25% chance to cast level 22 Frost Nova. It's pretty insane. It basically goes off all the time, literally at every possibility. Now, level 22 Frost Nova isn't like too amazing. Like if you look up Frost Nova on, say, Amazon Basin, which has all the numbers. Frost Nova at level 22 with no synergies is 64 to 76 damage. So I'm getting basically 76 AoE damage every single time it procs, and it's a 25% chance so it procs all the dang time. It also has a cold length, though, of 29 seconds, which even in hell difficulty is actually kind of insane. And it's already been patched into the game, Samael. That patch was the patch that happened on October 3rd. So the conviction debuff, or rather the penalty, is actually in the game currently. So that's what we're actually testing with, is with the penalty. Nice exponential damage. Like, when you hit multiple targets that are close together, it really shows. The closer and more tightly packed the monsters are, the more damage it does. Literally to the point where a lot of the times if you fire an arrow into a tightly grouped pack, they just all pop immediately. Like, there's no waiting or anything. It's just immediate death. My only downside is that I have ammunition.
I can't carry anymore.
Cold immunes. Those are normally cold immunes. Burned right through them. I need all your mana potions. Give them to me. Oh. I'm sorry for all you necromancers out there. Probably not going to put a necro in my group, by the way. Out of the kindness of my heart.
Anymore.
We don't have very many necros signed up anyway, so it should be pretty easy. Hey, what's up, Rockapichu? Honestly, for P8, it feels like I'm playing like maybe P2, P3. Like, it doesn't even feel like I'm even playing a higher difficulty count right now. Nothing happened to the Necro. Another nice bonus of Freezing Arrow is that it emits an explosion when it hits a wall. So in this situation, like right now, with Griswold, if you fire this way, you only get one explosion. If you fire this way, you get 2 explosions. Much mo better. Much mo better indeed. I'm definitely gonna need to work in a little bit of mana steel. I don't have any mana steel built on this character. Let's see how she does in P8 cows, though. I'm rather interested to see how she does in P8 cows. P8. Oh, she needs arrows. What's up, Cow King? How's it going, buddy?
I am overburdened. I need mana.
Burn it down, my friends. Burn it down. Come over here. What was that, the Warp Eye? Warp Eye the Cow King. Come on, group up. Group up for me. Group up nice and tight. Nice and tight. Cows can't even move. What's up, Warp Eye? You dead. You the dead eye. You're not Warp Eye no more. You're just dead eye.
Not enough mana.
It's just the eye did it dead. Oh, what's up, buddy? You so fast. What are you coming over here all fast for? Die. P8. That's right. Hey, you gotta keep your meat fresh, alright? What are you coming over here being all aggressive for? Why you being all aggressive? Why you gotta be so aggressive? Why you gotta be so freaking aggressive? You just sit. Just stop. You literally just be like, alright, just stop. Wait a minute. Ham it down. Stop. Collaborate and listen. Ice is back with the brand new edition. Flame Bang. Coming in hot. Gonna get frozen, and that's what.
I can't carry
Got champions that can't be frozen. That's okay, because they're chilled to the bone. Come back. Mr. P8 cows, we can come back and kill you now. Never once have I felt my life was threatened, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, it's pretty much just a game of me playing with them, like, toying with them like a cat toys with a mouse. Like, literally at any point I can just freeze them all like this. For a rather long period of time. Even cows off the screen are getting frozen. I can't even see the cows are getting frozen. Alright, for dramatic effect, let's change this to P1 just to see how absolutely ridiculous she does in P1 cow. Like, if I were just by myself running a cow level, like, what would I see? Like, let's see if we can get some P1 cows spawned. Usually you just gotta go off the screen a little bit. I think it'll be pretty obvious when I hit the P1 cows that literally they're probably gonna die in one hit. It's probably just gonna be one shot and they're immediately dead.
I am overburdened.
I think these are still P8 cows. Too many shots. Oh, I missed entirely. I'm gonna shoot you. You. Hey, P8 cows. Die.
Not enough mana.
Really should have put some mana steal on this girl. Probably would have helped out a lot. Oh yeah, those are P1 cows. Those are some P1 cows right there. Which means all these are probably P1 cows too. It's like one, maybe two hits and they all die.
I need mana.
Yeah, you got freeze your beef? Why don't you freeze your beef? Why not?
I need mana.
I need mana. This build is a mana hungry build, like just insanely so, by the way. Always has been. Never not.
I need mana.
See, now I'm kind of curious whether Wisdom Draw is going to have a better damage here, because it has more negative resistance. I feel like the 20% extra negative res might be clutch in this scenario. Well, we're going to switch over to the Wisdom Draw. We'll see how well it does.
Good to see you. I have a mix of P8 and P1 cows, so I'm not exactly sure which ones I'm fighting. And they all kind of got mixed together at one point. Because because I changed the freaking difficulty too many times. I think these ones up here were P8s. That's why I left them. I mean, honestly, the Wisdom Draw is still doing fairly well. I'm not gonna lie. Boom, boom. I mean, granted, I'm not getting those sexy, like, Frost Nova procs, and I don't have Holy Freeze for myself, but, I mean, still really sexy. Alright, let's go somewhere else now. Instead of cows, we're going to do a little bit more testing with this. I'm going to swap out to Gore Riders as well. We'll see how that works out. I also have Bull Cathos instead of a Ravenfrost. Of course, I kind of need the mana. I'm not really sure if that's a good idea to swap those out. We could also try a full damage build. So let's do that real quick. We're gonna try a full damage build. So let's grab all bow and crossbow skillers, beef that up a little bit higher. Let's bump it back to P8. Make sure we're on P8. And let's go somewhere where there's lots of ice monsters. So let's go to Crystalline Passage. That sounds like a good test of an Ice Maiden's ability. You know, it also sounds like a good test of the Ice Maiden's ability, having mana potions, so that I can actually fire arrows, because I'm an idiot that didn't put any mana steal on her character, and building the whole character and thinking everything out. But you know, stupid me. You know, who needs mana steal? Mana steal is for people who are smart and have brains. Champion Frozen Creepers. I'm burning through them, honestly. It's pretty impressive. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Honestly, I'm pretty impressed with her P8 performance so far. Like, her player's 8 performance is on point. Cold immunes are not really that big of a deal to her. Her crowd control is off the chain. Like, she literally can just lock down monsters completely to the point where the monsters just really can't even fight back. Like, it doesn't even matter that she has negative resistance in cold and fire, because who cares? Like, she literally is dodging, avoiding, or evading everything, and if she's not, the monsters are frozen and they literally can't even fight back. Now, the frozen creepers can't be frozen because they are, of course, already frozen, but I can still do cold damage to them, which is really impressive. I mean, granted, they're immune to cold, so probably Wisdom Draw would be the better choice here, because they're immune to cold. Wisdom Draw is going to have the higher damage output. And it definitely does. Wisdom Draw definitely has the higher damage output for the immune to cold monsters, which means I might want to keep a like faceted Wisdom Draw upgraded, you know, like around, just for those occasions that I run into the cold immune monsters.
Alright, let's get another test of... I want to do Chaos real quick. P8 Chaos. Let's play around with P8 Chaos. Can't do Terror Zones because this is offline. Otherwise, I totally would. Totally would.
Hello.
I would definitely say it's cheaper. That's for dang sure. Reckon Fizzbo's on is one of the most expensive builds out there, like bar none. You think the items that I have on are expensive? Wait till you try and play a Fizzbo's on and max her out. You only need like everything in the world. It's worth way more than John Burrunes.
I can't carry anymore.
Those poor boys over there weren't even in the fight. They weren't even in the fight. Those poor guys. They weren't even in the fight. They were just like off to the side and I hit them with the arrows.
Not enough mana.
Oh yeah, definitely Silkweaves for mana management. That's why I had originally put them on in the first place. I did want to see like how bad it was though with the gores. I mean, I would imagine that if I actually had some freaking mana steel, it wouldn't be so bad. But no. I mean, mana cost of Freezing Arrow is only 19.5, which isn't like so ridiculously insane. And honestly, I'm not having too bad of a time managing it with potions. The fact that I don't have any mana steel and I'm still able to manage it with potions is kind of crazy. If you upgrade it, Wiz and Draw does enough physical damage, yes. Wiz and Draw is very common, but you do need to find one that has a high percentage on it.
I am overburdened.
So you're going to spend some time trying to figure that out. A slave to mana potion. You just decrepify me, sir. I don't much appreciate that. That was a cold immune, by the way. Yeah, it's like 20 to 35%. Yes, it's a very hefty range, and you definitely don't want to waste. You definitely don't want to waste upgrading it with, you know, a poor percentage. It's just not worth your time.
I need mana. I can't carry anymore. Not enough mana.
Freaking mana thieves.
Yeah, upgrading it to elite is the only way you're gonna make it viable at end game. But it's got to be upgraded from the long battle bow to the can't even remember the elite version.
I think it's
Long warbow or something. I don't even remember. And then it upgrades from that to the Crusader's bow, so it ends up with 27 to 113. Which, if you compare it to the ice bow, which is 65 to 152, it's not even that far off from the ice bow. It's enough physical damage to get your mana steal off.
I can't carry anymore.
And you guys might be right. It might be better for me to run the Blessed Aim, because that way my physical hit shots are actually hitting more often, and I'm dishing out more physical damage that way. Whereas if I don't have Blessed Aim, I could potentially be running into an issue where I'm missing the majority of my physical damage hits. That's one of the reasons why I grabbed Strafe at all, because the entire idea of Zons is usually the process by which you don't necessarily rely on the Ice Arrow to steal mana. You usually rely on Multi-Shot or Strafe to steal mana. It's actually the opposite. You basically, like, whenever you're running out of mana, your general goal is just to fire off a quick Strafe, get that nice mana steal from the multi-hit ability, and then go back to firing your Ice Shot. The problem with Mist is it doesn't have negative cold resistance, and it's not going to help you versus the cold immunes. The entire idea behind this build is to be independent from something like physical damage, so that you can build solely into the elemental portion. If you're going with Mist, you're going to gimp yourself versus all the cold immunes out there, and you're going to have a hard time killing them. Ice has negative 20% cold resistance, and Wisdom Draw has negative 40%. Mist has nothing, has no negative cold resistance at all. Let me go. I got plenty of gold. Let me see if I can gamble myself a. Let me see if I can gamble myself a life's or mana steal ring.
What do you need?
Requires a lot of equipment, Ninja. Summon Necromancer or Summon Druid actually acquires a lot of equipment to do properly. Need lots of plus to skill equipment. Hey, 6% mana steal. It's terrible. I already have done a specific video on negative resistances. Yeah, let me link it in chat real quick. Literally, it's a 23-minute video on how to break immunities. Now, the Sunder Charms aren't included in that, because that video is old. But until the Sunder Charms are completely stabilized, I'm going to avoid making any more videos on them. Once they are stabilized and we know exactly what they're going to be and they stop making changes to them, I'll do some new videos on the Sunder Charms, and we'll get a better idea. I guess the best I'm going to get is a 6% with some junk on it. Got all this mana. I mean, all this gold in the world, and the best I get is a 6% with some junk on it. Let's put that on now. I mean, I don't generally rely on Infinity, so the answer to that question is yeah, I would actually prefer other equipment besides stuff that would force you to use an Infinity. Alright, let's see how this does with 6% Mana Steel added into the equation. What's the mana cost on multi-shot? 26. Ooh, ouchies. The mana cost on multi-shot has always been insane. That's with 1 point too, by the way. That's why I think Strafe is the better choice for mana regeneration. Because it's 11 for 10 arrows, whereas multi-shot is 26 for what might not even hit multiple times, 10 times. It's a little more difficult. Don't let your boss know you're watching at work. I mean, even just 6% Mana Steel and Strafe is actually enough to maintain.
I can't carry anymore.
Probably could use a little bit more. I was actually planning on using the new rune word for this build because I know that this character has mana issues, and I don't know if you guys have seen that. I might want to see like how well that works with this build. Let's go grab it real quick because I think I have it sitting. I have it sitting on a character. It's the rune word Wisdom. I mean, the helmet literally has Mana Steel. It's got like damage taken goes to mana. It's got piercing. It's got like literally kind of every kind of mana like effect that you might want, and might not necessarily be an end game item. It definitely is a very nice item for just like keeping your mana just constantly full. We'll test it and we'll just kind of play around with it. I think I also want to swap out my my boy here for the Blessed Aim Merc. I think that's a better choice than the Holy Freeze, obviously because I already have Holy Freeze. Doesn't really help me out.
Greetings.
Durga.
I'll put that to good use.
I can't carry anymore.
I'll put that to good use.
I know.
I mean, if you have the Sunder Charm, you won't have to worry about the light immunes anymore. Alright, so we got Blessed Aim. We swapped out to the Wisdom Helmet. Let's grab the Wisdom Helmet real quick. Let's see how the Wisdom Helmet performs. This is my mock Wisdom Helmet, by the way. Oh no, there's Dexterity on the Nightwing's Veil, which means I can't use my bow anymore. Troll. You know what? Let's do a test real quick. I think I can use the other bow. Let's go with the this is the higher damage, slower bow. So this one does less or more damage but less speed. So we'll try this one out and we'll see how the slower one with the more damage does in chaos. You have a Pixel 6 Pro. Yeah, I don't have the Pixel 6. I think my mana cost issues have officially disappeared. I can literally fill up my mana with pretty much one strafe. And even the ice arrow is stealing enough mana now. I'm pretty sure it's because of the blessed aim. I don't think I was actually hitting my targets before. I think the blessed aim is allowing me to actually hit the targets. Which could be a good thing to actually stick some points into instead of going like, you know, put a couple points into penetrate basically. So that I have more attack rating. Oh yeah, the kinship's going to be helping each other out. That's what the kinship does. This grotesque here is cold immune. Let's try the Wizened Draw.
I need mana.
Wizened Draw stuff definitely seems to do a lot better versus these guys. Of course, it helps if you can group them up together. That's where things really get nice and toasty. I'm not sure I can really feel much of a speed difference between the two bows. Maybe it's just because of the way that Ice Arrow works. I'm not really too worried about the breakpoints. Especially considering that the faster I fire, the more mana I consume. Yeah, this is still P8. We're still in P8. In P1, the game is like ridiculously easy. If I swap this to P1, you guys are gonna notice immediately. I'm just gonna like start popping things like zits. Not leaving any corpses. That's the Ice Maiden for you. Ice Maiden doesn't leave corpses. Got a nice angle there. Oh yeah, I probably am going to use an Insight Bow early on for mana regeneration. I already said that, aggro. Look, if you're an item find barb or a necromancer or an assassin, I'm sorry, okay? In advance, I'm sorry. If you're playing with me, I'm sorry. That's it. Am I gonna fix it? No, I'm not gonna fix it. I'm just sorry. I'm just sorry. That's it. The beauty of this particular build is in how much damage you can dish out if you're actively paying attention. Like, it's not as brain dead easy as the Javison, which literally you can just throw a javelin into a group of monsters and it just murders everything. But it is close in that if you line yourself up properly and your arrow hits multiple targets and you make sure they're nice and clustered beforehand and you fire your arrow, you will notice that the monsters will just get demolished. Because it's exponential damage, right? I mean, let's do a quick calculation just for funsies on how much damage this is. Bump this back up to player's 8. All right, so my current damage is 3,917 to 4,139. So let's bring up the calculator real quick, and let's just kind of like get a guess on how much damage I can potentially do to a group of monsters. There you go. There's a calculator. All right, so we got to find our average damage for our Frost Nova. So our average damage is 3,917 plus 4,139, which is 8,056 divided by 2. So we're looking at 4,028 per shot. Then we can pierce for a total number of times of 5. So we can pierce 5 times. So multiply that by 5. So we got 20,140 if we're shooting at a group of monsters. Those explosions can each deal damage to every single target within range. So like say we had, I don't know, a nice little tightly packed group of 30 monsters and we pierce 5 times. You can pretty much assume that 20,000 is going to hit all 30 monsters. So you're looking at times 30. So we're looking at about 604,000 damage per shot in a tightly packed group of monsters. So you can see how a single monster is a lot harder to kill for an Ice Son than a group of monsters, because the way her damage works is exponential. Then on top of that, we also have the actual on-hit damage. So the on-hit damage also gets added in 5 times, and that's a different number entirely. So we could, let's clear this for a second. So we've got 639 on hit plus 1,415 divided by 2. So we got an average of 1,027 times 5. So we're looking at 5 hits, which isn't really like a huge amount of damage, but we can also apply open wounds, crushing blow, whatever, through that physical damage. So 5,135 plus our 604,000, basically per shot. In a large group of monsters. Now, in a small group of monsters, it's far less, and that is a big downside to the Ice Amazon. She's a density clearer. The more densely packed the monsters are, the better she does. And of course, that's not even counting in the Frost Novas, the holy freeze ticks that are constantly happening from the ice. The Merc, the Valkyrie. Honestly, she's doing just fine in P8. Like this is an acceptable speed level to me. P8, I mean, I'm pretty much just walking through monsters. Like they're not really giving me any kind of trouble whatsoever. And Terror Zones might be a little bit more fun, a little bit more difficult. But the beauty of the Ice Amazon is that literally like everything is just freezable. Like, oh look, here's a monster. He's frozen. Look, he's dead. Oh look, here's a bunch of monsters. Oh look, they're all frozen. Oh, hello. Here you go. Yep, you're dead too. Yep, you die. Let's see if I can get Infector of Souls to really like pile up so that I can show you this ridiculous damage that the Ice Son outputs. Because when they're all spread out like this, it's a little bit more difficult to show you how ridiculous it is. Guardian Angel is great for Uber builds. Definitely. Come a little closer, Infector. I feel like blowing you up. Group back up again. I need you guys to group up. You guys are too far apart. Why are you all still frozen? Wake up from your prison. They stay frozen too long. I don't like it.
I can't carry anymore.
Pretty sure I already got that one. Why is Diablo not a lot? Diablo, sally forth. PA Diablo might be a little bit of a pain in the butt. I don't know. I got negative 30% fire resistance. His little fire attacks might actually hurt. We shall see. Lord, did I forget to click on like every single seal? Did I click on this one? I did. Did I click on that one? I did. My take on poison builds is they're really good when you're by yourself. They tend not to do so well in groups because of the way that the poison mechanic works. We actually kind of played around with that.
I can't carry
Did I not summon Grand Visor of Chaos? I could have sworn I summoned Grand Visor of Chaos. Am I in a bugged game right now? Yes, negative 100 cold res. Who needs cold resistance? Cold resistance is for fools. Fools who need cold resistance. Bang. Grand Visor of Chaos got wrecked.
I am overburdened.
Grand Visor of Poopos.
Not even death can save you from me.
Well, I guess I better not get cold touched by Diablo. Don't touch me, Diablo. Don't touch me. Ow. Ow. Why are you being so mean to my merc? You evil monster. You evil monster. It's a good... Oh, wow. He killed my Valkyrie, too? That's amazing. She's like a fully decked out Valkyrie. I mean, well, not like completely fully decked out, but she's pretty close to fully decked out. Oh, no. Diablo trapped me. I'm dead. I'm so dead. I am so dead. Oh, no. No. Why is the bones so resistant to cold damage? Why are the bones so resistant? Look here, P8 Diablo. Bullying me with bones. I'm gonna go back to town and get some more potions of mana, because I'm running out of mana. It's close to the God Valk. I mean, it's not necessarily the God Valk, but it's close. He got me in the frickin'... I always hate it when he does that to me on the bosons. I'm sitting there like shooting at the frickin' bones and I can't get out. Let me put on my Nightwing's Veil again. A little bit more DPS could certainly help. I can't believe how quickly he killed my Mercenary, though. Like, he just ripped him to shreds. My poor Mercenary. Like a sack of potatoes. A potato sack? Who doesn't like potatoes in a sack given to you freely? Who doesn't like potatoes in a sack given to you freely? That's the question. If you are a person who doesn't like potatoes, I don't know what to tell you.
I am overburdened.
You may be a terrible human being. Potatoes are so delicious, and they can be cooked so many ways, and they fight off scurvy. Who doesn't like fighting off scurvy? Who doesn't like fighting off scurvy? Honestly, when it comes to poison builds, there is the whole poison bug thing that we discovered recently, and if you're really interested in poison builds, I would suggest that you go and take a look at my poison video. You don't necessarily have to watch the entire thing. It's like 7 hours long. I wouldn't expect you to watch the entire thing. But you in the description of the video is our test results. Bug video. And you can get a better idea of what's going on with the poison bug and why I kind of like don't think it's the greatest in group content. But you can still make some pretty amazing poison builds. So don't be like, don't build a poison build. Like if you really want to build one, do it. Just, you know, go in informed. You know, get a little bit of information so you know what the hell's going on. Do I think they'll fix it? I really don't know. It's been in the game for a very long time. My knee-jerk reaction would be no, they're not going to fix it. But then my second knee-jerk reaction is maybe they will, because they fixed some of the bugs that have been in this game for a long time. The poison snakes, the evil, nasty poison snakes, the ones that like have been broken for like eternity, they fixed those. They no longer like rip open your anus and like spit down it. You can actually fight them and not immediately die if you get stuck in the poison cloud. So, and that was something that's been in the game for like forever, like since like 1.10, and never got fixed. So who knows? Maybe they will eventually address the poison issues. Man, the beauty of just popping all these little corpses. Y'all see all these little corpses I'm popping over here? What's up, Latitude? Pew, 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 pew. Y'all see me tanking all these gloams? You know how much lightning resistance I have? -11. Okay? -11 lightning resistance. Alright? With an Amazon, you don't even need resistances. That's how good the dodge, avoid, and evade is. Like, yes, you will die sometimes if you don't have at least decent resistances when you do actually get hit. But half the time, you're sitting there dodging lightning. Like Superman or something, I don't know. On top of that, you can freeze them too, which is pretty sweet. So they can't really fight back. What's up? What's up, buddy? What's up? Yeah, stay frozen. Stay frosty, my friends. Woo! 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 Oh, they're gonna get me. They're gonna show me. Dodge my lightning, will you? Dodge my lightning, will you? No. Still killed them all. They tried their best, but they were actually the rest.
I am overburdened.
Stay frosty, my friends. One of the things that if you play an Ice Maiden, you will get used to doing is it's a very interesting mechanic known as defensive shot. Okay? You guys might not know what the hell I'm talking about when I say defensive shot, but a defensive shot is a shot taken for no other purpose other than to kill a target that you can't even see for the purposes of freezing them before they can see you. So, like, for instance, I might fire a defensive shot down a hallway without actually even knowing anybody is there. Because why not? Because my arrows go pretty darn far, and there could be gloams down a hallway. So you're going to get used to the idea of firing your bow even if you don't know anything's there. Like right now, boom, 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 boom. And then you walk over here and you find out what's around the corner. Like after you lighten the load, so to speak. And fire a couple down there. Couple down here. Just get it in there. It just doesn't matter. They're defensive shots, okay? You don't care about defensive shots. They're fire and forget. You fire them, you forget. You fire it, you forget. You fire, you forget. And usually you hit something, which is nice. Oh, look at these guys. These are the one monsters in the game, like the very few monsters in the game I can't freeze or chill. It's the Death Lords. That's right. Pop. Pop goes the weasel. Oh, Lord. That's a whole lot of Death Lords over there. Let me get my Valkyrie back out for this. I can't freeze them, but they still take lots of damage.
I can't carry anymore.
They still take plenty of damage.
I am overburdened.
She is overburdened. Everybody die. What's up? Hello, welcome to the death party. You die. You die, you die. Everybody dead. Y'all's all dead. This is P8, by the way. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's still P8. I didn't change it to P1, did I? Yeah, it's still P8. It honestly feels like I'm playing like P2 or P3. Like, it doesn't quite feel like P1, but it feels like I'm playing like P3 at best. And I'm playing P8, so I'm literally just walking through these monsters, most of them. Like, just a couple shots here and there. Usually, if they're in big, like, groups, I kill them faster. So, like, if they're standing by themselves, it takes me a little while, but... Mr. Blightheart over here.
Not enough mana.
Oh, no, am I out of arrows? 59 arrows is all I got left. Okay, the 317 now. All right.
Not enough mana.
The Ice Maiden. Champions. So these guys are cold immune. Let's swap over to our Wizendraw. Oh, we can't because we don't have any arrows.
I need mana.
Hold on. Let's swap over to our Wizendraw. Let's see how much better the Wizendraw performs against the cold immunes. So these champion knights are cold immunes. Not enough mana. Hold on. Let's go grab some more potions. Some more potions.
Good afternoon.
Honestly, a meditation merc might be a better choice, just simply because I'm always running out of mana with this girl.
Afternoon.
Another option could be increasing my mana pool. Increasing my mana pool to a lot higher mana would have a much greater effect on my regeneration and sustain capabilities. Alright, so Wizendraw versus the cold immune monsters. So this Berserker right here, oh yeah. Oh wow, that was really fast. So yeah, the Wizendraw with the extra negative 20 is applying a hell of a lot more damage to the cold immunes. Like, just in general. But a lot less damage to the non-cold immunes. I might have to hang on to a Wizendraw. Like, I might just have to hang on to one specifically for killing the cold immunes with the Sunder Charm. Like, just double upgrade it, socket it, maybe put a shale in it instead of a facet. Yeah, because facets are going to be pretty rare. If I do come across a facet, then yeah. What's up, Colton? I actually tested Jav, a Plague Jav. She does fine in P8. Absolutely fine. I was playing around with it yesterday on stream. In P8, she was still doing, honestly, just fine. This is great for Ice On, by the way, because she can just fire directly into the pack as soon as it spawns. So remember we were talking about earlier how the more densely packed the monsters are, the more damage that she does? Well, when Baal throws down the waves, they're already nicely grouped up and packed like a nice little package of monsters, and all you have to do to exploit it is be firing before he spawns the monsters, so that everything is nice and frozen in that little pack before they move. So you want to make sure they don't have a chance to scatter, and you literally just obliterate the packs. Like this character just demolishes spawned packs like that with absolute ease. And getting your nice line up there so you're hitting multiple targets. Gotta hit 4 at the same time. There you go. Make sure you're hitting the pillar. Get the extra damage off the pillar. Let's stand up on the platform this time, and let's see how well we can do against Lister. We're just going to stand like right here, and we're just going to fire directly into Lister's pack. I got decrepified, which is unfortunate. Slowed me down quite a bit. That's right. Well, you guys were making fun of me about my counting the day we're on, so I went ahead and did 2.5 days just to troll you guys. Just extra trollage. Alright, so for Baal, what you want to do is you want to get him next to one of the pillars. That's really what you want to do. You want to move him. So, like, see if you can drag him toward one of the pillars. That's the easiest way to kill him with this particular character. The closer you can get him to a pillar, the better. Of course, he does teleport around, but there you go. Now he's at a pillar, so we're just going to fire directly at this pillar right here, which is going to get us double damage because the pillar gives us an extra explosion. I probably need to back up just a hair. Well, no, he walked away from the pillar. Yeah, little punk. Miss, 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 miss. Miss, 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 miss. I think I'm gonna need more mana potions to kill Baal, because I don't sustain very well. No, my Nurka, and I have no town portal scrolls. I am stuck here forever. Let's try this. I can't even sustain 2.5 per guided arrow? Man, that's terrible. I mean, I know I only have 6% mana steal, but still. Can't maintain 2.5 with a guaranteed hit. That seems very unfortunate. It is missing, isn't it? I don't know why it's missing. That seems a little weird. I'm slowly dying. Why is it missing? I don't understand how guided arrow is missing. It's a guaranteed hit. I'm literally firing it at Baal and it's literally showing an X half the time. That is really quite strange. Look, it just missed again. Guided arrow literally just missed again. Miss. 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 How the hell is guided arrow missing? I've never seen guided arrow miss before. Is this something that maybe they inadvertently broke in the game? See, now I'm curious. I'm like, it's like got me really curious. Guided arrow missing. Target blocks the attack. So he could be blocking the attack. Does Baal really have such a high block rate? So Baal must have like 75% chance to block or something? Like insane like that? Because he's literally blocking like almost every single shot. he's literally just blocking them all. Look at all these festering appendages. Holy crap, it turned into a hentai. Give me some more of them tentacles. They're good to steal mana from. Where's the rest of my tentacles? I need some more tentacles, Baal. Come on now. You're supposed to be the one-stop shop for tentacles in this sector. Alright? I ain't got enough tentacles on the screen, my friend. That is not correct. Miss. So, a couple of things that I'm noticing from my building this character here. Like, I'm noticing this right away. I do not have enough attack rating. I need, like, way more attack rating. So, I think one thing that I'm going to have to do is pump up penetrate as much as possible. Like, get that to max, most likely. And the Blessed Aim Merc would definitely help out a ton there. I might not put 20 points into Ice Arrow. I was thinking about it, and then I'm like, it doesn't really do all that much. I mean, it does have less mana cost. Let's play around with it on Baal real quick. The mana cost is less, but the damage is about the same. Like, it's a little bit more damage for Ice Arrow than it is for Freezing Arrow. But, he's just blocking it. He's just blocking it over and over again. I feel like the Ice Arrow is always going to be superior damage in that situation, because if he can block the Ice Arrow, he's taking no damage. Whereas even if he blocks the Freezing Arrow, he's still taking the explosion. So the explosion still hits him, block or not. And of course, it doesn't help that Baal, he spams the ridiculous mana draining ability that's just a constant, never-ending thorn in any character's side that has mana issues. Of course, if I was a normal character, I would have some Scrolls of Town Portal in my inventory, and I would go back to town, and I would get some more mana potions, and it would really just be as simple as that. But You know, it's not like I'm smart or anything. Literally walk over here, and as soon as I walk over here, they just drain all my mana away. So, I mean, yeah, the biggest enemy of the Ice Maiden isn't necessarily damage. It's definitely her mana pool and maintaining a strong mana pool. And if you can't maintain your mana pool on an Ice Maiden, it's going to be a sad day. And Baal, of course, is designed specifically for that purpose. I mean, he takes advantage of the characters that have crappy mana consumption issues. I mean, I can steal off the appendages pretty well. I can't steal off Baal, though. I guess I'm just going to use the hentai tentacles to slowly build my mana back up so I can kill him. When I run out of arrows, don't say that. That's actually one of the advantages to using strafe, because strafe multiplies your arrows. A lot of people don't know this, but strafe is 10 arrows for 1. So whenever you're using strafe, you multiply out your 1 arrow to 10. It doesn't actually consume 10 arrows. It fires 1 arrow basically 10 times, which is kind of ridiculous. I am not in Discord at this particular moment. I totally even forgot about that. I don't always hop into Discord. Sometimes I forget. Oh, he was just having fun with his little clone, isn't he? Ah, oh, wasted mana. So killing Baal in P8 is a little difficult. Just fire regular arrows. I mean, I also have magic arrow from the Wisdom Draw, which I could be firing, by the way. Which is pretty funny. No arrows, no problem. I still missed like 90% of my shots, so. Blah, block, block, miss, 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 miss. So many misses, though. Like, it's like all misses all day long. All misses all day long. Why are you so rude to me? Give me some more hentai tentacles, please. I need some more hentai tentacles. I'm not paying attention to you, Baal. I'm not paying attention. Totally not paying attention to you.
My brothers will not have died in vain.
Filling up my mana pool. Filling up my mana pool. Filling up my mana. Filling up my mana. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Oh, of course, suck all my mana away with your evil, stupid mana sucking ability. Fine, I didn't want my mana anyway. I need mana. Somebody just like hook up a mana pump directly to my veins. Just directly to my veins.
My brothers will not have died in vain.
Aww, he is Johnny on the spot with that clone summoning, isn't he?
I need mana.
I need mana. Let me suck your mana away so you have less than 0. Yeah, there definitely are new ladder-only items. They're called Sunder Charms. So a couple ways I could fix the mana consumption issues are, number one, add more mana steal. Right off the top of my head, one of the easiest ways I can think of to add more mana steal would be Crescent Moon. More attack rating would definitely help versus Baal, because obviously I'm running into attack rating issues with Baal. And being able to hit him consistently is an issue. So if I don't have enough attack rating, I'm not hitting, and if I don't have enough mana steal, I'm not leeching. So having a good mana leech item would definitely like fix this entirely. I'm thinking Crescent Moon amulet, because it has like 16% mana steal or some crazy amount like that. I've actually used it a couple times on characters that are very mana hungry in general. Freaking dog is shaking the entire house. Like, literally the entire house is shaking just because the dog just wants to run around and do some stupid stuff. I mean, yeah, Crescent Moon seems like the right choice for this build. Especially when you're coming across monsters like this that are just stealing every single bit of mana that you have and making it next to impossible for you to do anything.
Not enough mana.
I have the patience for this. I don't have the patience for the dog literally, like, trying to destroy the entire house while I'm over here doing this. Very close to getting up and grabbing the dog and, like, putting him on a leash tied to the door because he can't seem to behave while I'm, you know, not paying attention to him. Some of the stuffs he finds to chew on, too. Like, I don't even know how he gets them. He has to, like, deliberately hunt them down to find them, because they're not, like, in the open where he can grab them. I bet you my Valkyrie could finish him off at this point.
My brothers will not have died in vain.
Magic arrow it is. Pew, 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 pew. I can't even hit him with magic arrow. Maybe guided arrow would work better, but I run out of mana with guided arrow because I'm also not hitting him. Beautiful fireworks show I have going on there. Slowest Baal kill. That's right. If I actually had mana to do anything with. Kill him, Valkyrie! Do it! Finish him! I'm gonna die from fire attacks. That's pretty much what I expected was gonna happen. No mana potions, not actually hitting anything, no lifesteal going on. It was only a matter of time before I died. Merc was dead. Mana steal completely oblivious. I'm gonna go get myself a Crescent Moon and we'll see if that fixes the issues. I feel like a Crescent Moon might be the cure-all to this particular issue. Not that, of course, I won't be able to kill him immediately as soon as I go back down there. Of course, it would have been nice if I had some teleport scrolls. I could have went back to town. I could have grabbed some potions. I could have came back. I would have had a lot of fun murdering Baal. But no. But no. The slow walk of shame. The shameful walk. You know, I've died before coming back in here. It's not uncommon. Like, if you go into Baal's throne room like this, naked, basically, and you walk through that portal, a lot of the times he spawns tentacles on you right when you walk in, and the tentacles will kill you before you even get to your body. Close. Yay, we did it. Let me go see if I can find that amulet real quick. I'm going to grab a Crescent Moon. We're going to see if that fixes the issue. Might have to run a Crescent Moon on her for quite some time until I can fix whatever the hell is wrong with her mana problems. Another good option would be to run a meditation bow early on. Just basically all the way. Just run a meditation bow all the way up until I end up getting my bow. I knew I had it here somewhere. Crescent Moon, it's going to give me tons of mana steal. It's like 15 or 18% mana steal, I don't even know. There's 2 different items in the game called Crescent Moon, by the way. A lot of people get confused. 8 daggers, wands, axes, flickering flame. You're probably thinking about the sword. I'm not talking about the sword now. Stop distracting me. I can't look at chat and the names of the characters at the same time. What do you guys think? I have multi-task abilities? I don't have the ability to multitask. I have cold charms in the pack if you want to test out stuff, Phoenix. The item pack. You're more than welcome to use the item pack if you want to test some things out. Ugh.
Good day.
Pretty sure the amulet came first. In fact, I'm like 99% sure the amulet came first. Yeah, Crescent Moon axe is also a thing, by the way. Never metafists. Never. What you really want me to do is just drop things on the ground, right? Oh. 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 Ooh. Ooh. Ee. Ooh. So, yeah, Crescent Moon has completely fixed the mana consumption issue, because I'm over here just, like, wailing away on these targets, and I'm getting all my mana back. Except for skeletons, of course. Yeah, I mean, you could clearly see a huge difference between Crescent Moon and not having Crescent Moon. Like, my mana consumption issues are almost completely fixed. Crescent Moon's, like, insane mana steal is kind of just insane. So literally just putting that amulet on is enough to literally fix the character. Of course, that brings my damage down a little bit, but... What's up, Blackwell? What's up, Bubbas? That's right. You can wear a Crescent Moon amulet while wielding a Crescent Moon sword, alright, and dual wielding a Crescent Moon axe. Maybe if you put on all the Crescent Moon items, it unlocks a secret set where literally you just get, like, all the power of the gods in one hand. You turn into fighting evil by moonlight. going to school by daylight. Never turn away from a real fight. She is the one named Sailor Moon. That's right. You turn into Sailor Moon if you wear all 3 items. An Easter egg that was never found. Don't ask me why I know that song. Don't ask me. I'll tell you anyway, though. It was just one of the stupid shows that was on, like on regular TV. I didn't have cable. There was a long time where I didn't have cable, and it was literally just watch regular TV or watch nothing. And so I watched regular TV, and there was a lot of crazy shows on there that probably no one ever wanted to watch. But Sailor Moon was actually kind of one of the better shows on regular TV. It was either that or watch like Maury Povich. I was trying to mimic the TV show. The TV show was a little girl. It sounded like it was like a little 14-year-old girl singing the song. You are not the father. I never liked watching Maury. I did not. Because as many times as it was funny, like when the woman wanted him to be the daddy or whatever, and he turned out not to be the daddy, and like you just kind of were like relieved and you laughed because you're like, wow, you really dodged a bullet there. There was also quite a few times on Maury where he wanted to be the father, and he was really, really disappointed that he wasn't. And those were the episodes I didn't like to watch, and so I stopped watching Maury because I didn't want to see the disappointment in those poor boys' faces that literally expected that kid to be theirs, and turned out he wasn't. That's some heartbreak you just don't want. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
God, I was trying to figure out why the dog was going crazy. Literally, like, you guys can't hear it. I know you guys can't hear it, but the dog literally was just, like, going crazy behind me. Just, like, jumping around. Sounded like he was literally eating a water buffalo, for all I know. I don't even understand. Like, he just would not sit still. And it was just the stupidest thing. I don't even understand why. Why it even occurred in the first place. Alright, let's respec this girl a little bit. Let's try and get this a little bit more min-maxed, shall we? Alright. Mana is a big issue with me, so I think I'm going to drop a couple points into mana real quick. Let's do 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Get ourselves a little bit bigger mana pool, so we're not worried so much about constantly losing our mana. As for skills, let's avoid putting maximum points into Ice Arrow this time, so let's go full freezing. Let's go ahead and one pump everything here. Let's drop 20 points into Penetrate for maximum attack rating. Let's go ahead and grab our Strafe again. I do like having Strafe as a secondary for specific targets. Which leaves us with 30 more skill points to do with what we want, which means we can still cap out the Valkyrie. We could also max out Penetration, but I think after a certain point it doesn't really do very well. Let's go ahead and drop at least to 17. She needs to be level 17, so she has the highest equipment. Max Penetrate did only give me 1k attack rating, but that has to do with more of equipment problems, not necessarily Penetrate being a bad skill. I need attack rating from other sources, which is part of the issue. Let's try putting these back on with the Crescent Moon. Go back to the Crushing Blow, Deadly Strike, Open Wounds. I mean, really, I probably need some attack rating charms. A better ring. I don't know. Trying to think here how I can drop some extra attack rating on this character relatively easily. I mean, AR charms are the one thing that come to my mind pretty much right off the bat. AR charms are very effective. I could replace some of the cold damage charms with AR charms, and that's probably going to be the case. I'll probably have some AR charms mixed in here instead. Yeah, the AR charms will multiply out nicely. The Penetrate combined with the skill AR combined with all the other effects, it actually adds up to a lot. And before you know it, you'll have literally like 29 will turn very quickly into a hell of a lot more than 29. Let me see if I got max damage AR charms on any of these characters. There's one right there. I'm not really sure how much AR I actually need to get this to a workable level. I remember 9,000 being a good number. I'm currently at 8,000. A couple of these GCs could totally fix it. I mean, small charms. Let's take out a little bit of these cold charms. Pull in these max AR charms. What the hell just happened? Oh, okay, yeah. I went up about 1,000. Well, I mean, not really 1,000, but about 750. Well, 750 attack rating. Went up to 89% chance to hit a Slayer. What about Shadow Wolf right here? 91% chance to hit the Lasher. I mean, honestly, those are pretty good numbers. Let's check Worldstone Keep. %82 chance to hit the Scarabs. Strafe has a lot lower attack rating. I could also beef up Strafe so I have the attack rating from it, but definitely doesn't help that Strafe is a lot lower attack rating than Freezing Arrow. I don't need the max damage charms now. I was actually just doing the attack rating. In fact, I would probably look for attack rating cold damage charms would be more apt. I could always run dual Raven Frosts. That's a good amount of attack rating right there, dual Raven Frosts. 250 to attack rating and 20 dex. That's literally... What is that? My quick math is absolutely terrible. 500 attack rating. And the 20 dexterity also adds attack rating too, which I don't even know how much that is. So it would be 40 dex, 500 attack rating. It would get multiplied nicely. The Raven Frost is already getting multiplied nicely. Like you can see it. I go from 3,442 to 4,930. Actually, pull my skill up. Sorry, 6,609 to 9,465 just for putting on the Raven Frost. I mean, the amount of attack rating that it gets is insane. Yeah, enchant could help. You're not wrong. I don't have a demon limb around right this second. Man, Blessed Aim gives me nothing. Look at the difference between Blessed Aim on 9,871 and Blessed Aim off 9,465. That Blessed Aim is worthless. That Blessed Aim is absolutely terrible. Yes, my resistances are very low. Except for the fact that I literally didn't die, like, at all, except for the Baal, because I ran out of potions, arrows, and everything else. Has to do with the fact that the dodges are just OP. You can literally have negative reses on an Amazon and still do fairly okay, as long as your dodges are alright. In fact, one of the things that I'll probably be doing is beefing up the dodges. Bink, bink, bink. Bink, 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 bink. There you go. Beefed it. I mean, I don't know what to put the rest of these points in. I could just drop them into the Valkyrie.
So the Valkyrie's nice and tanky. This bow is so much slower than the other one. Like, I mean, it's decent, like, damage, especially physical damage, but it's just so much slower than the other bow. I want to switch back to the matriarchal bow. Especially since I lost the High Lords, I went down a breakpoint, and I'm really starting to notice the speed loss because I took High Lords off. Definitely an issue there with the breakpoints.
I can't use this yet.
Gatling bow. Let's go to Arcane Sanctuary real quick. I want to test this out in Arcane. These guys are always cold immune, and always a thorn in my side. Kind of interested to see how easily I can kill them. And that's with the Wisdom Draw. Freedom to go home. I don't know. In P8, she does have a little bit of a trouble killing the cold immunes. Can she kill them? Yes. Does she kill them quickly? I mean, moderately. Like, it's not like, oh my god, she's killing them so fast they're dead in like a half a second. But it's quick enough. She's not killing them slowly. I wouldn't consider it slow, but it's fast enough that it's workable. I don't like her mana issues. I might have to just keep a meditation bow on swap. That might be what I'll probably end up doing. Is just keeping a meditation bow on my swap, and whenever I run out of mana, I'll just switch to the meditation bow, which will be lower damage. It won't be as good as like the ice bow or the wisdom draw, but it will be it will just regenerate all my mana back up, so I can just swap back and forth. It'll be pretty obvious which one I have on too, because meditation is that nice, you know, wispy, steamy aura. I mean, honestly, I just rolled through Players 8. I mean, Players 1 was nothing. Let's go down to Players 3. Let's play around with Players 3. Crushers are cold immunes, by the way. Ooh. Why am I frozen? Holy freeze? I mean, that's beautiful. I'm able to kill the Crushers pretty easily for cold immune monsters. I mean, in retrospect, I couldn't kill them at all before, and that's actually pretty impressive. And that was an elite pack. Oh, there you go. There's another pack of Yetis. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. I mean, for monsters that were previously cold immune and unkillable, I certainly burned through them fast enough to be acceptable. That's an acceptable rate. That is more than acceptable. And that was using Wisdom Draw. That wasn't even using the Ice Bow, which is the more expensive one. Let's see if we can find another Yeti pack, and we'll use the Ice Bow on them. Alright, let's group them up. Oh, this is a champion pack. The ice bow does just as well, if not better. So that was actually pretty impressive too. Let's switch this back to P8 real quick. I kind of want to test it on the crushers in a P8 environment. See if we can go all the way over here to the corner and find another crusher pack. These guys are cold immune too, Unravelers. The Unravelers in the tombs are always cold immune. Cold magic, by the way. Cold and magic immune. Not just one or the other. It's not bad at all. The ghosts, honestly, they just get absolutely demolished. Certainly don't have to worry about them resurrecting any undead in here, do I? What undead are they going to resurrect? What's up, champion cold immune unravelers? Does that feel nice and toasty on your gonads? Yeah, a lot of fun with this character. It's very interesting. I think Crescent Moon is definitely a must-have for this particular build until you can figure out what the hell's going on with your mana consumption problems. I'm probably gonna need to wear like a mantled heal or something early on, 7% mana mana steal. Also, I might have to take my first Pull rune and make myself a Wisdom. Because that Wisdom helmet has a lot of mana steal on it. That's like a lot of mana regeneration potential in general. I don't have the actual Wisdom rune word. I have my mock Wisdom rune word. If you guys are unaware of this, I actually made mock versions of all the new rune words for LOD users, so you guys could just play around with them. They're in the item pack. I mean, you basically just load them onto your character and you just have fun with it. But it's where is it? Right here. The blood bite diadem. I mean, it's 5% mana steal. It's got cannot be frozen, +5 to mana after each kill, and 15% damage taken goes to mana with +10 to energy. If I could make that early on, which it's actually a pretty low level item, I shouldn't have any mana issues on this character for a while, especially if I combine it with a meditation bow. Plus it has 33% pierce, which isn't necessarily a bad thing at all. That'll make it so I don't have to put so many points into pierce early on, and I can rely on that 33% plus whatever I've got to bring me up to an acceptable level. Pierce is pretty important for the ice boson, so you definitely want to have a decent amount. I'm trying to think of another good zone that has like tons of ice immunes or cold immunes. I mean, Glacial Trail usually has a pretty decent number. Let's check there. I bet you guys didn't know that only certain Death Lords are immune to freezing effects. Not all of them. Only certain ones. The Moon Lords and certain other Death Lord classifications are not immune to cold. Which is rather ironic since the Moon Lords are only in the cold area. Yes. Specific ones are always cold immune. Specific ones are always not cold immune. It's not a constant. It's an either or depending on what zone you're in and what monster it is. I never really noticed. Is he freaking dual wielding two-handed axes? I think the Moon Lords are dual wielding two-handed axes. That's why their damage is so high. They probably got like 2 freaking decapitators. They're probably dual wielding decapitators. That would make sense. I don't even have 2 of my charms on. By the way, if you're wondering how this build works in like a lower difficulty setting, farming, like say you were just farming stuff, maybe you were running like some Nightmare Andes or something like that, or maybe you're running like Nightmare Mephisto. You know, there's a lot of different things you could be doing in Nightmare difficulty that may or may not be a good reason for you to be here. Even in Players 8 Nightmare, you're going to breeze through it like it's nothing. I mean, you're going to fire 1 arrow into a pack of monsters, and they're all just going to disintegrate. Everything within that radius is just going to disappear. And this is P8 Nightmare. You're not even going to do P8 Nightmare, because if you're farming Nightmare, you're probably going to be, you know, in P1 Nightmare. Like, you don't even care. You're just going to be here farming, like, Andy or Mephisto or something, maybe for loot early on in the ladder. And at P1, like, forget about it. I bet you even the Frost Nova in normal difficulty would actually be enough to kill most targets. Got that champion. And I feel like I've done enough testing on her. I mean, unless I want to try out like a low tier build to see how she does as she's leveling up. That freaking red plate and the blue helmet just do not match. They just clash so hard. They really do just clash so hard. Super Clash. Super Clash. Super Clash. Super Clash. Yow. Arcane's Valor allows a facet, whereas Chains of Honor doesn't. The only thing that Chains of Honor is going to do for me is it's going to give me a little bit more resistances. Between the two... Why is my javelin in the wrong hand? Are you guys seeing this? My javelin is totally in the wrong hand. Like, it's just legit in the shield hand. And she's still pretending like she's holding it in her main hand, but it's just in her shield hand. What happens if I go outside of town? Is it going to fix itself? No? Wow, it's super bugged. I'm throwing nothing, boys. It's not even shooting right. It keeps going off in the wrong direction and stuff. I don't even know what's going on. I do not even know what's going on. And now I can't re-equip them.
Use this yet.
I don't know. Don't tell me. Don't know. I'm trying to think who has a what the hell is she wearing? A fortitude. Hey, she's got a mantled heel. Could have used that earlier. The Tri-Wizard Cup. Farty Sparty. Oh look, there's my shield guy. I just did that video. I just did that today. Oh, yeah. Why is my Discord not even open? I was just going to pull up Discord and hop into voice chat, and then I realized it's not even open. Oh, that's right, because my computer crashed earlier. My computer crashed. Ah, yes. Time to eat a Rice Krispie treat like a fatty. Time to eat a Rice Krispie treat. I don't know. It's been a little while. What's up, guys? So you decided on a poison javelin character, huh, Jack?
Yep.
It works pretty good.
Fire Claw's looking good too.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Fire Claws is really cool. With Earth Shifter, it would be really even more interesting because you'd be spamming fissures and you have AoE damage along with your single target.
Mm-hmm. That might be the build I go for. Because I'm going Fire Druid either way.
Yeah, you should check out. I can't remember if it's Earth Shifter or something. There's two different ones. There's two different ones that are named kind of similar. Yeah, Earth Shifter. Earth Shifter has a 25% chance to cast level 14 Fissure on striking.
Wow.
So basically, when you play your Fireclaw Druid, you basically just use that Thunderclaw, that Thunder Maul.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even have to be your main weapon. You could just, like when you're in big groups, you would use the Thunder Maul. When you're attacking single targets, you could use something else. But that Fissure is a nice AoE like fire effect.
Right. And I'm already synergized into it.
Yeah, and building the synergies for it increases the damage a huge amount. And so you're just spamming Fissure underneath of the targets that you're attacking, and it's going to help your AoE clearing capability exponentially. And then with the Fire Thunder Charm and the negative reses and stuff that you'll probably build up, it'll be even stronger. Drakier, you're like super duper duper quiet.
No, I don't even have it. I'm not talking.
Oh, okay.
You're likely hearing my background. Let me see if I can fix that in Discord. Give me a second.
The Rice Krispie treat was delicious.
Okay, can you still hear my TV?
I mean, not right now.
Okay.
If I didn't have to go to work tonight, I would just stream all night long. Tonight is tag night. Gotta go and do some tags, and then tomorrow I get to crash. And yeah. I have a special video for you guys tomorrow.
I was trying to talk to you about that ice arrow that you were using, right?
Mhm.
I was you were saying that the explosion from the ice arrow or whatever the crap hits even if it misses.
Yeah, because it's separate from the
But
physical
what
damage effect.
what I was saying is, and then if it hits, it does double damage
well, if
because you get the explosion effect and you get the hit.
well, the hit is not anywhere near as hard as the explosion. That's the thing about freezing arrow. So
Yeah.
you get about 1,500 damage on the hit, and then you get about like 5,000 on the explosion. But the key with the explosion is that the explosion doesn't just hit the one target; it hits everything around the target.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Even if it misses, yeah. No, I know that.
So, like, if you have a group of monsters clustered, and you pierce 5 times, that's 5 times the explosion, and the explosion hits all of them. So it does massive amounts of damage to the crowd. It's just it's a very nice crowd control ability, and it does require some, tactical thinking. You got to make sure that you're firing your arrow correctly into the right number of targets. Like, you can't just mindlessly shoot into a group of monsters and hope for the best. You kind of have to reposition, fire into, like the best like lines so that you're hitting the most number of targets per shot. Otherwise, you're just wasting your arrows. Because one arrow by itself hitting one target that only does one explosion, and the explosion only hits one target, is going to be like the lowest possible damage. Versus if you angle yourself right and hit 4 monsters and get 4 explosions, and those explosions hit multiple targets, the damage is just exponentially better. Javazon is a little more brain dead, like the Lightning Fury Javazon, because you don't really even have to put any thought into it for the most part. You just kind of just throw your javelin, and because the lightning bolts literally shoot off and hit everything nearby, and there's no radius of the bolts, they can literally hit everything on the screen. Like, you don't even really have to put too much thought into it. I mean, yes, lining up your targets will help with your Javazon damage, but it gets to a point with the Lightning Fury Javazon that you don't even have to think about it. You just set it and forget it, like a Ronco grill. Set it and forget it.
Mm-hmm.
That shit used to crack me up. He'd always be like, all right, say it with me, folks. Everybody in the crowd, come on now. Set it and forget it. And, of course, they were a paid audience, so they all chimed along. They all chimed along.
I like that other one, too. And just 1, 2, 3 presses on the bullet.
Just 1, 2, 3. Let's go online. I need to reboot my client so we can go online. If you're wondering why I need to reboot my client to go online, it's because I have things set up in the code so that I don't have to worry about like messing around with like respecs and stuff like that. So I don't have to have tokens. There's like line by line codes that you can put in, so you can basically set up the game so you can respec your character as many times as you want to. Like different things, like you can have it skip the intro, all sorts of little things that you can add into the command line. If you guys are interested in learning about those commands, guess what? I have a video. Have a video on everything. I'm going to link it in chat for you guys if you want to take a look at it. It's great for single-player characters, so you can add in like some commands that help you out. There's also a lot of stuff in there for online characters, too.
Well, like create your own commands or what?
Most notably is the no pickup command, which allows you to set your character to not pick up items unless you hold down the Alt key. Let me make sure I got it correct here. The command is /no pickup.
I want /give.
So if you utilize the /no pickup command, what it does is it will prevent your character from picking up any items unless you hold the Alt key. So if you hold the Alt key, it'll let you pick up items. But if you don't hold the Alt key, it won't pick up anything. And you just type that into the console here. You just type in /no pickup. And it just says item pickup disabled, which is behind my head, of course. And then when you're in combat, like say if you're fighting a bunch of monsters, something drops on the ground like gold. Notice it no longer even picks up the gold. It won't pick up arrows. There's arrows right there. It will not pick up the arrows. But as soon as you hold the Alt key, you can then choose which ones you want to pick up. It's a nice command for melee characters because melee characters in particular have a really big issue with that. They tend to be just absolutely terrible with literally picking up every single item on the ground to the point where their inventory is always full, like no matter what. Alright, so Worldstone Keep is up. Worldstone Keep is absolutely great EXP. Let's get some runs going, guys. Game name is GGM1. Password is 16. We're going to start doing some Worldstone Keep runs.
I'm watching the World Poker Tour and then I'll be in.
Charm! 12% faster recovery with cold damage. It's actually not a bad little Lobby charm. I don't have any Lobies to put it on, but it's not a bad little Lobby charm. Pew, pew, pew. Oh god. That is a lot of lightning, my friends. Stay lightning, did. I'm kind of curious as to how well this character would have worked if I had a Sunder Charm. I can't imagine a Sunder Charm would have made that much difference, but if I did have a Lightning Sunder Charm, it probably would have made a decent difference to this character. Especially early on when I didn't have access to Dreams. Like before I had access to Dreams, the Sunder Charm probably would have made my life a whole lot easier on this character. Because before Dreams, I was using just Holy Shock natively, which, you know, I ran into lightning immunes all the time. Couldn't break them because I didn't have conviction. I could totally imagine it worked pretty nicely. So, you know, it's funny. Somebody else made a video on the whole, like, the charms in the files are dropping like all the time, right? And so so I commented on there, and I was like, yeah, we found this out, you know, the other day, and we were talking about it, and the at best we can think is that it's an accident, or it's troll numbers deliberately, right? There's no way it's actually going to be like that. And somebody commented, and they were like, good. It should be common. I don't want to have to play for 13,000 hours to find one. And I'm like, it's not really even about that. Like, it's like they drop so often with the current numbers that are in the system that literally, like, and I used an example, like a really silly example. I was like, you know, if you made a wish that every time you stepped, a cat was magically put inside of your house.
Well, you just shredded that boy.
You know, and like if you basically made it so a cat just magically teleported into your house every single time you took a step, like that's about the same as the Sunder Charms right now. Like the Sunder Charms are so common with their current drop rate that literally they would just overpopulate your house within a matter of a day or 2 days, because literally as of right now, you can get 1 per champion, per elite, and per super unique, and per boss. Per terror zone. So if you were to clear a terror zone, and the terror zone had anywhere between 3 to 7 different monsters that could drop a Sunder Charm, and you farm the terror zones like 10 to 20 times an hour, you're talking about like 60 to 70 Sunder Charms like per hour. And then by the time you finish like farming for the day, you'll probably have over 1,000, and that's just like one person. Ethereal Vampire Bone Gloves. Wow. Plus 220s with attack rating, dexterity, weaken charges. But they're ethereal. They are ethereal, though. So anyway, I made a joke. I'm like, do you know how many people play Diablo 2 Resurrected? I'm like, as far as like unique users go, I can only use my own channel as an example. Like in my channel, I have anywhere between 200 to 300,000 unique viewers. So unique viewers is essentially the process by which, you know, YouTube is filtering out, you know, how many people are playing the game or how many people are watching my channel, and they're not from the same household, basically. And there could be multiple people in the same household, but there's basically about 300,000 households. And if every single person is farming the terror zones, like, and you're getting about like 60 to 70 an hour times 300,000 people, like before too long, you've literally got billions. Like it would not take very long before you had billions of Sunder Charms floating around in the game. Literally billions. It would get to the point where nobody would even pick them up. They would just sit on the ground and they would just rot. Like literally everyone would have perfect ones and nobody would ever want to pick one up again unless they just like made a new character, and you know, they just like, you know, some items are so common that nobody actually hangs on to them. You know, they're just like, well, why should I pick that up, put it in my stash when literally 6 more just dropped 2 seconds ago? So they'll just be like, ah, I'll get one when it drops. Now, there's basically 2 or 3 going theories right now as far as what's going on with the Sunder Charms drop rate. Number 1, we don't have the full story. It very well could be that the Sunder Charms actually have a different drop rate than what's said in the tables, and they're gonna update that on ladder patch day. So when ladder patch day hits, there'll be a little micro patch. It'll overwrite those existing numbers, and we'll get the actual drop table. Number 2, which is probably more likely, the Sunder Charm drop rates may be controlled by the server. So this is an interesting one. There is a possibility that the drop rates for the Sunder Charms are actually controlled by the server and not by the client. And so the client might have those numbers in there because they don't want the client interfering with what, you know, the server is telling it. So essentially, if a Sunder Charm drops or not wouldn't necessarily be up to like a random set of variables, but would actually be up to the server rolling the numbers. And that could be something completely different. Then there's the last possible possibility. Yeah, only for testing. Then there's the last possible possibility, which is, you know, it's an error, and, you know, they didn't know about it, which means, you know, it would make it into the game, and then a bunch of people would end up finding like 1 million charms. And my bet is it's most definitely 100% joke numbers, basically, or testing numbers that'll be updated on patch day. I don't think there's any reason to get super excited about it. His radar. He probably posted on Reddit, right? Yeah, he posted on Reddit. He said, no, they are not real. Real drop rates aren't in client data, which is pretty much what I just said. Drop rates are determined by the server. Hey, look, what do you know? I got it right. Drop rates are determined by the server. This is just reflecting QA, ensuring that the items do not drop by setting them to 100% in terrorized zones, expansion only, etc. So the drops are determined by the server. Interesting. 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 I'm going to bring that up on camera for you guys to see it. It doesn't mean anything other than they're not common. That's all it means. I don't know how people jump from those conclusions. I don't. I mean, if somebody came out and said money is raining from the sky, and then like you go outside and money's not actually raining from the sky, and you're like, well, does that mean that we're not getting any money? Like, I mean, they didn't tell us anything. They still didn't tell us anything. All they said is no, the drop rates in the files are not real. No, you guys are silly for looking at the files and trying to discern the drop rate because we were using that for testing. And then he also added in drop rates are determined by the server, which is pretty much what I said earlier before I even knew about the post. I'm pretty sure that they were server drop rates, which makes the most sense in my eyes. The server is determining the drop rates, not the client. That's really all it means. So I'm assuming they're going to have to figure out some way to make the single-player version determine the drop rates. Flawed topaz. The XP in Worldstone Keep is so nice. I like it here. There's so much stuff to kill. If the monsters are so dense and you get lots of EXP here, you could actually get to level 98. Probably just from farming the cake. I'm gonna miss my charge. I'm gonna be on the Amazon. I'm not gonna have charge. It's gonna be sad. So sad. Might actually have to get teleport on my Amazon just because she's so slow. Maybe a tele-ammy or something. Now I'm gonna be using Crescent Moon, so I won't be able to use a tele-ammy. And I'll be using a bow, so I won't be able to use a tele-staff. Maybe I could just stack up some faster run walk on her. Might not be that difficult. Stack up a little faster run walk here and there. Maybe use a Valkyrie wing. Valkyrie wing has lots of nice mana after each kill too. Maybe like a Valk wing, like some 40% boots. Some faster run walk charms. Harmony on swap might be good, yeah. Yeah, Harmony on swap might be nice, actually. Might be interesting. Die, you evil hell witches! Ooh, Crusader gauntlets. Ooh, they suck. The gauntlets are so trash, I don't know what to do. The gauntlets are so bad, they made me go poo-poo. Holy lag! I got no lag this time. Don't scare me like that. My connection is green. Solid, solid green. And I have only lost 0.1% of my packets so far. 0.1. Y'all making me scared for no reason. I don't like it. Oh, maybe. I don't know. That's why I want to get my my video card upgraded. It's a little late for that though. Too close to ladder season. I'll have to do it after ladder is more deep in. I don't want to mess around with my computer, changing out the power supply and all that jank right now. Plus, I ain't got enough donations for my 4090 yet. Come on now, y'all gotta fund my 4090. You think I'm rich enough to afford a 4090? Come on now, we need to crowdsource. Crowdsource, my friends. You're waiting for Diablo walks. Why are you waiting for Diablo walks? For a gamer, yes. A lot of people always look at it from a gamer's perspective. I'm not looking at it from a gamer's perspective. I'm looking at it from a person who streams perspective, a person who encodes perspective. I got way more going on than the average gamer. I've got OBS running over here, okay? OBS is recording my information and then re-encoding it and then sending it over to YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook and all sorts of crazy stuff, right? And then on top of that, I'm also recording my, my data to a hard drive. The hard drive is also causing some extra problems because it has to spend all that extra CPU to record the data down. Then I got Discord running, I got voice chat, I got the game running. I usually have a whole bunch of overlays going on. I got several websites. I'm usually monitoring chat. I've got my dashboard open for Twitch. I've got my dashboard open for Restream. I've got my dashboard open for YouTube. Like it's just a lot of overhead, and I'd rather just have a card that literally can handle the overhead and not have any issues. The general idea is you don't want to have any issues during a stream. So, like, as you guys can already tell, I get a little bit of lag here and there. The game kind of starts spazzing out because it's got too much going on. My GTX 1080 can't quite keep up.
Afternoon.
I mean, 1080 is a great card, don't get me wrong. And if I wasn't streaming, I probably would just stay with the 1080 because the 1080 is amazing. But it just can't keep up with all of that at the same time. I already had to upgrade my RAM from 16 to 32 gigabytes because 16 gigabytes wasn't enough. 16 gigabytes, I was literally capping out 16 gigs. So I had to bump it up to 32 so that I would stop capping out the RAM. Because as soon as the RAM caps out, everything everything starts dying. The reason why video quality is slightly better on Twitch than YouTube is because YouTube doesn't offer transcoding options like... I'm sorry, Twitch doesn't offer transcoding options like YouTube does for the majority of its streamers. So basically, like, if I'm streaming in 1080p, you can only watch in 1080p unless Twitch is giving me transcoding options. So people who, you know, like, are in lesser internet areas that don't have, you know, like, good internet, or maybe you're at work and your Wi-Fi's, you know, your data sucks, like maybe you're not even on 3G. Like, Twitch in general will not offer 720p, 480p, 360p, 240p, 140p options. They only offer what I'm streaming at, and that's it. Which is a pretty big difference in like versatility. A lot of Twitch streamers will actually stream at a lower quality, because if you stream at a really high quality, the lower internet users can't actually watch your stream. So you're basically cutting part of your you're cutting a huge part of your audience off. When I was streaming primarily on Twitch, that's what I was doing. I was mainly streaming in 720p because I didn't want people to get locked into 1080p that couldn't watch 1080p content. Now I don't care because I'm streaming mainly on YouTube, and you guys on Twitch, I'm sorry that I don't have 720p options, but if you come over to YouTube, YouTube does have all those options, and you can change it around to whatever quality you'd like. Transcoding options are available in order of your status, yes. So if you're a partner, you get transcoding priority. If you're a affiliate, you get second priority. And if you're a non-affiliate, you get last priority. So if you're just a regular streamer, you get like the worst priority. Restream.io. Restream.io is a pretty good program for dual streaming. It's kind of expensive though. It's pretty expensive, actually. I got it when it was on sale during Black Friday last year. I'm actually kind of hoping they have a Black Friday sale this year, too. I did the yearly. They last year on Black Friday they had a yearly discount. It was, I think it was like $200 some odd for a full year, versus like I think the normal price was like 400 and something. So I got a nice little discount off of it. I'm not really 100% sure if I want to stick with it though. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I love you guys over on Twitch, but I'm not sure if I love you guys over on Twitch $400 worth of money wise, because that's how much it's going to cost me to renew the Restream.io program. Not sure if I love you guys over on Twitch $400 worth. Could put that toward my new 4090. I could indeed. No, I like streaming to multiple platforms, though, so in all seriousness. It's kind of nice to be kind of like all over the place. Oh, wow. Like Griswold's Valor, huh? Those are kind of rare. I kind of like having no item pickup on. I don't know why I don't turn it on more often. 16, it's always 16, Envy. Didn't you ask last time and I also said it was always 16? Envy. Shame on you for not remembering. For shame. He enchants everybody right away. Like, he literally enchants everything right away, and then he doesn't enchant anymore because everybody's already enchanted. He doesn't spam enchant. Like, if you're already enchanted, he doesn't bother. I don't think he cares whether you have a lower level enchant on. You just have enchant. I think he just checks to see if you have enchant. I don't know any way he could check your level. So I think the key there would be to make sure that you cast enchant on yourself before you leave town, so that when my mercenary goes to check and see if you have enchant on, that you do have enchant on, so that, you know, he's like, oh, okay, you already have enchant. Well, I guess I just won't enchant you then. I don't really know how they would be able to check and see what level your enchant is anyway. I feel like that's a workaround. So if you enchant yourself in town with like a demon limb or something, then my merc's probably not going to re-enchant you. Not until yours runs out anyway. I'm doing pretty good, Shadow Leader. How are you doing, sir? You still fighting the good fight in Rogue Squadron? Whew. These little explodey dudes hurt at level 99. Look at them actually doing damage for a change. Man, these level 99 Death Lords are a little ouchy. Especially when they got them auras. Double auras from the guy nearby over here. Hey, Sazabis. Anybody need a Sazabis? Sorry, Sazabis, not Sazabis. Yeah, I think it's worth clearing out the zone. Worldstone Keep is highly packed, highly populated, tons of elites all over the place. The density is absolutely amazing. I mean, I definitely think it's worth doing the zones themselves. I mean, I don't think I would clear them, because clearing them would require you to spend time hunting down, like, all the monsters within the zone. But walking them, I think, is definitely going to be more EXP than tellying to Baal. Especially since Baal doesn't get any EXP bonus from the terrorized zone. Baal's already one of the highest level monsters in the game. He doesn't get an upgrade from the terror zones. Ooh, these Death Lords, though. Yeah, Worldstone Chamber, because you get to top it off. It's like a cherry on your sundae, you know. Like, yeah. I mean, as you're talking about, tallying the Baal is good EXP, but Worldstone Keep is good EXP too. And we get to do both. So you walk to Worldstone Keep, you know, chamber, and then you just, you just have fun with it. Just get in there and do your DJ. Throne of Destruction, Worldstone. You don't even, we don't go back really to Worldstone 1 because it's kind of just like an out of the way thing. I think it just takes too long. Takes too long to go back. Anybody looking for a Griswold helmet for their Griswold set? The Corona actually is kind of rare. If anybody's looking for it, let me know. I'll toss it your way. I'm not really collecting a Griswold set. I just need a weapon. Griswold might be the new set for paladins that want to like build a maximum negative res. I mean, if you think about it, even if you're running something like Holy Freeze or maybe you're running like Holy Fire or a native like aura, not dreams or like dragons. You could wear the entire Griswold set, fill it with fire facets, fill it with cold facets, fill it with lightning facets, whatever it is you're doing, whether it's Holy Fire, Holy Shock, or Holy Freeze. You would dominate. All those sockets, hell yeah. So many sockets. So many for you. Well, it's just Thunder Charms, live and breathe off of the negative res, and here you got an armor that literally allows you to put like a million frickin' facets. How many facets is how many sockets is Griswold again? It's 3 on the armor, 3 on the shield, right? So 6, 2 on the helmet, 7, 8. Is it 3 or 4 on the weapon? I can't even remember. 9, 10, 11. It's either 11 or 12. Maybe it's 13. I don't know. It's been a while. A lot of facets. It's a lot of facets. I know the weapon is the only one that varies on the number of sockets that it has. I remember that. I think the weapon varies between 2 to 3 or 3 to 4. It's been a little while since I found one. I love these guys. They're amazing. A superior monarch. 13% enhanced defense superior monarch. Anybody want a 13% ED monarch to try and make a spirit in? Rogue's bow.
Bone weave. The weave of the bone.
One socket bone weave. What's up, GGM Ruby? Look at the clan tags representing. You want to collect the Griswold's helmet? Sure, why not?
Thank you.
Hello.
What's up? How's it going?
It's going. I just got to my last job site and grabbed a couple slices of pizza. Gonna take a break before I get started.
I gotta go to work in a couple hours, so I'm just trying to have fun streaming before I go to work.
I seen, and I hate how it's Worldstone Chamber while I'm at work, because it was the pit earlier, then went to Spider Forest. I was like, ugh, it's too much walking.
Spider Forest isn't really the greatest one. I mean, it's okay for rune farming, but after EXP, not really so much.
No, it's horrible.
The other problem is
cavern.
that like half the time you end up in the wrong zone because the Flayer Jungle and the and Great Marsh kind of weave through it.
Yeah, I spent like 10 minutes in the player jungle, not even realize I was there. Like, oh, I found the Gidbid. Might as well turn it in.
And no like noticeable way to tell other than like looking up at the top right hand. You know, they have a sound effect for when you enter a terror zone. There should be another sound effect for when you leave a terror zone. That way it's very obvious when you leave. And normally it's not an issue. But like in a zone like the Spider Forest, where Spider Forest, Great Marsh, and Player Jungle all look identical, it's a little bit more difficult to like when you're just kind of jamming out and playing to know you've left the terror zone.
That's one of the worst things about Pack 3 is that whole jungle. It all looks the same.
Hello. Gloomy gloomies. Gloomy 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 gloomies. Gloomy gloomy gloom. Gloomy 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 gloomies. Gloomy gloomy glooms. What's up, pack of glooms? The Rush Hour movies came on Netflix, and I've been watching them.
Awesome.
I forgot how much I love the Rush Hour movies.
The third one isn't as good, but I mean it's still great. But
You know what really bothers?
they just,
What really bothers me about those movies, because I found it out later. Apparently, Jackie Chan and God, what's the other guy's name?
Chris Tucker.
Apparently, they did not like each other at all.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing.
Like, apparently, they like absolutely hated working together, and like it kind of just like it ruins them a little bit for me, because you know their chemistry on them in the movies seems so good. It's all a lie.
I mean, that's not uncommon between like movie and TV. If you look at, do you remember the show Martin?
Yeah. What, they didn't like each other either?
Martin and Gina hated each other, but there were big reasons why. He was He was not the nicest guy. There might have been a little drug activity with them too.
I bet you they were making money though.
Oh yeah, you're making money. But yeah, it's not totally uncommon for actors and actresses to not get along during the filming of a movie or TV show.
Oh, I don't mean just like not getting along. I mean like apparently they like despised each other.
Oh yeah. Mickey Rourke, I think, he's notoriously hard to get along with. Even though he seems like the sweetest guy, he's one of them that's like you don't want to be around him.
See, me in particular, I'm super easy to get along with. But like, there are definitely things that will trigger me, and once once you get on my bad side, it's a little difficult to get off my bad side.
It takes a lot to get on my bad side.
Like this is the way I usually like to explain it. So like my bad side is literally a prison. It is locked. Okay, there is a door that is locked. The prison door is locked. All right. Like, to get in there, you have to put in some serious effort to unlock these doors. You've got to shut the door on yourself, and you've got to lock yourself in. Like, that's how hard it is to get on my bad side. And that's also how hard it is to get off my bad side, because once you're on it, once you've locked yourself in the prison, it's a little difficult for me to get you out. You put yourself in there. Why am I going to put in the effort to get you out of there?
Do the crime, you gotta do the time.
Like I usually give people so many chances too. Like I'm like, look, dude, just like it's not even really that big of a deal, and they're like, go F yourself, you son of a. I'm like, okay, well, I guess bye.
Right. And all you do is try to be informative to these guys. I don't know what it is. I've seen your comment section and I was like, why? Why are people like this?
Were you there for the White Monarch guy?
Oh, no, I was at work, but I was in Discord chat as it happened. And it was great.
Trunks have a handle so you can get yourself out, Samwise. I'm not sure if you know this, but pretty much all trunks, like, past, like, 1999, I want to say, like maybe 2000, they all have a little yellow handle on the inside, and you can literally just pull the yellow handle and let yourself out.
I was gonna say they used to not have them. So once you're in there, you're in there.
Yeah, but some of the cars also had fold down seats.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the ones that literally didn't have the handle, you could just fold down the seat and crawl out that way.
Unless you're a big guy, then you're just stuck.
So we do have ladder coming up, and we're going to be doing swap games, okay? So for anybody who's listening, all right, I'm going to say this for you all to hear. There are two different swap games. There are kinship-only swap games, and there are public swap games. If you come into a public swap game and somebody steals your stuff, nobody is going to dry your tears. I'm sorry. Alright, and we're gonna make it pretty clear when one is public or not. If it's a kinship only game, the password is not going to be shared with the stream. The password is not going to be shared with other members of the Discord. It's only going to be kinship members only, and everybody in there is is expected to uphold some standards, kinship standards that you all agreed to when you join the kinship. However, when it's a public swap game and it's opened up to the stream, pretty much assume that there's cobras dancing on the floor. Bears are going to come maul you at any moment, and your wife is going to come in and pour Coke on your TV. All right, that's because public swap games are brutal.
Yep, it's a free for all.
What's this? I'll take everything you've got. Give it to me now. Heck, there's even people that come into public swap games with a necromancer and just iron golem everything. Oh, see that Enigma right there? Iron Golem. See that Infinity right there? Iron Golem. Oh, look at that really nice Griffin's idea them. Iron Golem. I've literally went into free games sometimes. It's actually something you can do just for fun if you want to get a laugh. Go into free games and look. Half the time the free games will be covered in dead Iron Golem corpses. Because when an Iron Golem dies, he doesn't just disappear, he leaves a corpse on the ground. So every single time the Iron Golem is summoned, he immediately leaves a corpse. And then a new one comes in his place. So when they go into the free games with their little necromancers and they do that thing, it is quantifiably provable that they go in there and do it. So like you literally will go into the free game and all over the ground is like hundreds of Iron Golem corpses. Because they went into the free game and they just deliberately deleted everything. Of course, everything that was metal. They couldn't delete the items that were you know, like leather or wood. They probably picked those up and sold them to NPC.
Oh. Pretty sure we have a running joke about that.
Well, there was actually a time, you know how people used to like drop items on the ground and they used to troll other people with them? Like you drop it and then you pick it back up real quick. Apparently some necromancer who was tired of getting teased brought out his Iron Golem skill, and when the person dropped their, like, I can't remember what it was, like an Enigma on the ground or something like that, he just right-clicked and turned it into a golem.
Not so funny now, is it? I could imagine just that happening to me, and I'd get so hot.
I mean, you're the one that dropped it on the ground.
I know.
You're the one. You ran the risk, and you got burned. Oh wow! My gold is full.
Luckily, I'm not a doofus, and I don't do that.
Most NPCs won't use skills that are not that they're not programmed to use. So even if he does technically have the skill, he would never actually put it on his bar and use it. So. There lies the issue. Alright, we got enough time for one more run, looks like. What's up, Jacob Shepard?
I can hear you.
Oh, I keep having to mute Trock here because he's got a lot of stuff going on in the background. It's like, I don't know what it is, but I can't, like... Every time he says he fixes it, it's not really fixed, and it sounds like there's a whole orchestra going on back there, and I just... So I just muted him. I just muted him for right now. Jockey is probably going to have to go to push to talk, like, because the voice activated just isn't cutting it.
That's weird. Figure I have a lot of background noise too, but...
I mean, background noise is fine as long as it's not activating your mic, but... Like, I used to run my speakers through my TV for the longest time, and that's like a nightmare if you don't set it up properly. But I would always use push to talk, so you know, just talk real quick and then turn it back off. Talk real quick, turn it back off.
I don't hear anything in the background. That's crazy. I wonder if there's got to be something going on with your sound and his sound.
No, it's like people talking in the background. I mean, at first he said it was the TV, but I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's just people, kids, dog, all sorts of stuff.
Weird. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. He's saying that he's alone and there's nobody around, but
must be the TV then.
I mean, I'm sure you got your headphones on. I've got my Bluetooth in. I don't hear a thing.
Well, the thing is it translates in through the stream.
Oh, that's how it works differently.
Didn't realize my mercenary died.
Afternoon.
He did.
Yeah, for me, it's a little bit different. You guys probably don't hear a lot of what goes on in the background because I have a OBS noise filtration program running, and it filters out most sounds, like in the background, air conditioner, fan, computer, all that. I think when I record raw, like without the noise filter, it's terrible sounding. The noise filtration in OBS works really well.
I don't think I've ever seen you stream raw before, but I had to be careful how I said that. I had to be careful how I said that.
Whoa, my friends, whoa.
I know. We slow it down. That's why I had to think of it first.
Oh man, I felt really bad for this one guy. It was ladder. It was like day 2 or day 1 of ladder. I don't even know which day it was, but it was pretty close to the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy, I can't remember which one it was in the kinship, but he's sitting there playing with us and we're having fun. I mean, and you audibly hear the door open. The door audibly opens. You hear like keys jingle, right? I mean, it's like loud as can be. And then is like this pause, and after the pause, you hear his girlfriend or his wife nag him, like immediately, as soon as she walks in the door. Just first words out of her mouth is a nag. That's a red flag in my book. Like, if you can't say hi at least first before you start nagging, we got some issues. Like, be like, hey, honey, and then start nagging. Then we're good at least. At least you said hey first. But anyway, like, apparently there was some dish or pot that he was supposed to clean, and he didn't clean it. And just the first thing out of her mouth was like, "You didn't clean the pot? How come you didn't clean the pot? I thought you said you were going to clean the pot." Like, just kind of like, and you could just hear that she was standing over him, nagging him. And I'm just like, in my head, I'm immediately just thinking, like, just let this guy play the game. It's literally ladder day. We're literally having some fun. I'm like, and he didn't mute the mic. And so, like, the whole conversation was just, like, on live stream. And it got bad enough that literally at one point I just muted him and kind of, like, moved him out of the voice chat because, like, nobody needs to hear that. I don't even need to hear that.
Everybody needs to hear it.
I don't need to hear that. That's why I tell people all the time, I'm like, when ladder starts, I'm like, tell people it's Super Bowl, okay? People understand what Super Bowl is. They know about Super Bowl parties and all that stuff, right? Tell people that this is literally your Super Bowl, all right? You're having a big old party with your friends. They're all going to be online, drinking beers and grabbing the hookers' butt cheeks or whatever you're doing, like, you know, on your Super Bowl parties. Like, yeah, just make sure you make it clear that this is a special event. Otherwise,
I do not condone grabbing hookers' butt cheeks.
I mean, but then, like, if they still can't, like, respect the fact that you're having fun on a, you know, like, this is your fun day. At that point, you know, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, fire shrine.
I usually use the control button to push the talk. It's right there. It's easy.
I mean, I've been using push to talk my entire life. It's super easy. Push to talk has been my bread and butter for a million years. But then when I started streaming, I realized I couldn't use push to talk anymore because, well, like, it makes an awkward noise every single time you press it, first off, which is audible to me, and everything that's audible to me is also audible to you guys. So if I literally had it push to talk, you would literally hear me going like squack 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 squack, like every 5 seconds. Either that or I'd just be permanently holding down the button.
At that point, it's not even push to talk anymore.
At that point, it's just hold the talk.
Yes. Back in the early days of Diablo, we were like that, using like Trillium or something like that.
Ventrilo.
Ventrilo.
Oh god, that's a lot of ghosts. Holy crap.
That tells you how old we are. My gosh.
What's wrong with Ventrilo?
Nothing. It's
That's
probably
right.
the best one out of all of
That's
them.
right. Nothing's wrong with Ventrilo.
I was just saying, it makes us feel old.
I don't feel old. I feel wise, wise and experienced. These little kids have no clue what the hell they're missing. They don't know the struggles.
They got it easy.
Alright,
Their
well, looks like it changed out while we were
Discord.
halfway through. Hey, look, we can do some Talrash, some Taltoon runs. Let's do some Taltoon runs.
Mumble's still alive.
No, would you mind letting him know that I've got it on push to talk now?
I already unmuted you.
Nice.
It's not like I server muted you or anything. Which I have the power to do.
Now,
He does truly.
The other day, I was literally talking with somebody about like the puzzle thing, and so like the puzzle thing is literally a spreadsheet that I've worked on. Me and Wolfie and Alemnist have like worked on this spreadsheet for a long period of time, and I didn't have it open at that particular moment. But obviously, I've got like bookmarks everywhere, links everywhere that I can click on, like, and I can open it up like at the drop of a dime. And I was talking with somebody new in the Discord that like had just joined, and I don't know if they even realized like that I was one of the people that had been like maintaining the spreadsheet since the beginning. But I was like, hold on, let me open up the spreadsheet and check. And literally, like, they linked the spreadsheet to me, and I was like, did you just link the spreadsheet to me?
How dare you?
I'm like, did you really just link the spreadsheet to me? I was like, what?
He had it ready. He had it faster than you.
Like, I mean, I already had it open. That's the silly thing. Like,
Yeah,
by the time I typed it in, I already had it open.
Super chest.
I check it every now and then to see if there's anything new.
I told him I didn't like him. I'm not even joking. I told him I didn't like him. I told him he was smarmy. You know, you ever met somebody? You ever met somebody who's smarmy? Like just kind of like a very smarmy person. It's not really like a thing that can be explained. Like you have to experience it when you meet somebody who's smarmy, and then you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I remember reading that conversation. I seen it, and I was like, oh great, here we go.
There's an actor who's very smarmy. I really don't like him because he just has the smarmiest attitude. It's freaking the guy who played God bless it, now everything's leaving my brain. The guy who played on Star Trek, the little kid. He's an adult now.
Will Wheaton?
Yeah, Will Wheaton. He's so smarmy. Oh my god, he's like the smarmiest person I've ever watched. So smarmy. Yes, and it is a hilarious word.
Whenever he's on but Big Bang Theory and stuff like that, yeah, it just comes across so
Smarmy, exactly.
yeah. That's a friendly word for it.
Yeah, I definitely have a few different words I use for that. I'll be PG for us for now.
A couple different words.
Like Robert Downey Jr. is kind of like that, but it's more an act than it is like his actual personality.
Little bit maybe, but like it kind of has like a different tone to it, if that even makes sense.
Oh,
There's a different tone. Like, you know how like if you say something wrong to your mama, but like you say it in the right tone, she doesn't really care. But like then you say that same exact thing to her in the wrong tone, and she's like, "Don't you use that tone with me?"
Yes.
Like, yeah, that's like Robert Downey Jr. He's got a good tone. Like it doesn't come off as bad Because he's got
And
a
his
good,
quips
because he's
are
got
so
a good
good, too.
tone. Yeah. Like freaking Bruce Campbell has like amazing one-liners too. Like he's hilarious. His quips. Isn't he actually known as the king of the one-liners?
I'd probably give that to like Arnold. He's got so many of them. They've made videos on it.
I could see some of Arnold's.
Especially the old 80s movies, like, my god, that's like all they are.
Oh, that's all
Yeah,
Bruce
do that
Campbell's are
job,
too. But then again, in Arnold's case, most of that was because he didn't really speak English very good back then.
Yeah.
True.
In his earliest movie, if you want to have like just a laugh, there's a Hercules movie that Arnold did
Hercules in New York.
where they dubbed over his voice with somebody else's voice because he couldn't speak English yet. And it's the freakiest thing, literally seeing Arnold Schwarzenegger's body with like some random guy's voice. You're like, this does not compute.
Legendary mallet.
Is it a Schaefer's?
I have no clue.
It could potentially be a Schaefer's. Let's check it
What is
out.
that? I think it is.
Someone ident it.
Nope, Stone Crusher.
Oh, God. Oh.
But that does mean that if another one drops in this game, it will be definitely a Schaefer's.
Oh, was that a thing?
Yes. Only one unique item of any type can drop in any game. And unless there's a
can
very...
you confirm that? Because I've seen more than one drop of the same thing before.
There's a very rare possibility that if the same monster drops the same unique twice, it can happen, but only if it's from the same monster.
Okay.
I mean,
So-
I've heard that for keys, but never for regular items. Or not keys, sorry. Rings.
It's only uniques. Set items it doesn't apply to. Actually, white items, socketed items, none of that. Like it only applies to uniques.
So many pots to kick.
There should be a new rule in Kingship. Kick all the pots.
I mean, in these level 99s, I'll tell you, everything can drop from these pots. You can get a Schaefer's hammer from these pots.
See? I would like a Schaefer's to be nice. Ethereal, even better.
I don't know what you're doing over there, Cody. You acting a fool back there. I hear you acting a fool. That's right, I said acting. You acting a fool.
You guys move on? Oh no, you guys went up there.
I think this is the false tomb, which means it's really large. This is the because we killed Ancient Ka the Soulless in here, so this is the false tomb. The false tomb is the same size as the real tomb. All the other tombs are tiny. They're little itty bitty
They're
tombs.
Technically false tombs too.
Yeah, but they're like extra false. Like the Ancient Ka the Soulless one is the only one that's the same size and same like girth as the other one, but isn't the real tomb. All the other ones are little tiny itty bitty tombs. They only have like 3 sides and they only have like 3 rooms.
Look at you judging tomb sizes. So
I
hard.
am judging tomb sizes very hard. I'm just letting you know, Ancient Ka the Soulless is in the fake tomb. The fake tomb.
That's
one-
very useful.
All
info.
tombs are more dense.
I don't know what to tell you about that one, my friend. Perhaps
It's not about the size of the tomb, guys.
It's not about the
It's about
girth
the
of the
density
tomb.
of the room.
It's about the earthquakes that happen in the tombs, all right?
The disturbances in the force.
I swear we can't do anything without this going sideways.
No, we can't. Congratulations.
Of course it goes sideways. There's no straight tombs.
Well,
They're all crooked.
Yeah.
I swear the tomb designers were like, so should we do a straight line here? Nah, we're gonna do a left, right, left, 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 right, 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 left, 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 right, 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 left, 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 right, right, left, 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 right, 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 left, left, left. All right, but we're still not at our destination.
Sounds like they're mostly leftists.
All right, we'll throw a couple more rights in there and a couple straights, and then You know what? Just put a couple big rooms, big vast rooms. Lots of dead ends everywhere. Just dead ends all over the place. And as many urns as can be made. All right. Hire the urn makers. Tell them to fire up the pots. Let's go.
Fire it up.
We need as many pots as
Stoke
we can.
the kilns.
There's a gem shrine over here if anybody needs it.
And then in one of those pots, stick a Soj.
Oh, is there a gem shrine to waste? Those are the best things to do on stream.
Yes. Oh, look, a gem shrine to waste. Oh, I was literally going to click on it. I had a perfect sapphire in my inventory. You troll.
funny.
I was literally going to use it. They like to troll it, troll it. They like to troll it, troll it. They can troll it. Gonna troll it. You know, I could totally foresee hitting 99 this ladder, like, within relative, not ease, but within relative, like, accessibility.
Yeah, I think these terror zones are really going to make it a possibility for a lot more people that don't want to.
That don't have a group of 32 people feeding them Diablo Bales and Elithax.
Yeah, that's the thing I was.
I still think that's going to be better.
Oh, probably.
Except when the more, because when you get to terror zones that aren't super dense, then they're going to be doing that. And then when the terror zone's really dense, then they'll be doing the terror zones.
I was actually thinking the opposite. So, right now we're farming the entire terror zone, which is certainly much more fun than bland, monotonous stuff. But, like, say for instance, Frigid Highlands. When Frigid Highlands hit terror zone, instead of farming all of Frigid Highlands, load in, kill Eldritch, load out. Load in, kill Eldritch, load out. Load in, kill Eldritch, load out. You got a level 99 monster right there, right by the waypoint. Just rinse, repeat.
Yeah, but he's still just a little bit less than Diablo, isn't he?
But it takes a lot longer to get to Diablo. You got to pop
Well,
all the seals.
if you have people already doing it for you,
This is like the difference between magic finding Pindleskin and magic finding Baal. Like, yes, Baal is a better magic finding target than Pindleskin. He has better drop rates, but also he's a lot harder to get to. Takes longer to prep. I mean, like you can do that by yourself. You can just load in and kill Eldritch, load out, load in, kill.
Yeah,
Eldritch,
but these
load
guys
out.
have prep teams that are doing all that for them. So I think that when the area isn't very dense, that these guys with the prep teams are going to be doing the Diablo thing, and then when it is dense, then they're going to be doing the areas.
I mean, even if the prep teams are prepping Bales and Diablos and Neelithax for the target, it's still not technically going to be better EXP. Because Diablo is level 96, I think. Baal caps out at players 4. So technically, you could get more EXP running players 8, not level 99s versus a 96 and a monster that caps out at players 4. The regular monsters, the level 99 monsters, don't cap out at players 4.
Which tomb are you guys in?
And the regular monsters in the terror zones, like all of them, are going to be level 99, which is higher level than Diablo.
Found you guys. Sorry.
I would rather go for the faster kill. I mean, especially if you're magic mining at the same time.
Oh,
anyway,
anybody here
so-
playing an assassin? I just found a +2 shadow disciplines. Is that good? It's also got 18 all res and 28% poison res and mana leech. Here.
There's a 92 assassin in here, yeah?
Shadow Disciplines
Maybe that's good
is not
for him.
really the best one. Usually it's
And then
traps. Usually it's traps or the other.
Yeah, it has teleport charges as well.
I'll just conveniently leave that out.
And then I just picked up a defensive aura paladin if anybody wants defensive auras.
He's over here like, anybody want this turd? It's got corn and nuts in it. And it's green. Oh yeah, and by the way,
By the way, it has peanuts.
it's
Oh,
made
I'll
out of
take
it's
that
made out of
defensive
solid gold.
It's Pally Pal of the game.
Just as an afterthought, you know, like at the end of offering it to everybody. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, it's made out of solid gold. A solid gold turd. The corn topazes.
Who had that defensive aura charm?
I did. I dropped it in the last tomb. It's at the entrance.
Alright, I'm
Inside the
heading
tomb.
back there. Thank you.
What?
Oh, someone must have grabbed it then. No problem.
Oh, these gore bellies in here? Dang.
Stun, stun, stun.
We need telekinesis speed source versus clicking on all these urns for us. My feet are getting tired.
Use the other one.
Here's that charm, by the way.
He never uses the other one. I have one really beefy leg and the other one is like a shrimp.
Thanks.
He always uses the same leg.
Oh, you has 48 cold damage.
Oh yeah, it's made out of solid gold.
Go win-win. Get rid of the small term with 1 to 2 cold damage.
Like, anybody want this ugly mask? Just found this ugly mask. It's got like green, chases away the females. I don't even know. Kind of looks like it's made out of pewter or something. I don't know.
Ethereal?
I don't know if anybody wants it though. It does say though that he who puts on the mask becomes the mask.
Jim Carrey.
Not really sure about that though. Sounds fake.
I don't need a mask to scare
Sounds
women.
smoking.
It's un-ID'd green cap. Yeah, anybody want this un-ID'd green hat? I believe it's called a Harlequin.
A Harlequin? A Harlequin?
A Quinola.
It's probably just Charcy trash.
Yeah, we'll just sell it. Yeah, I just sold it. It was only worth like 3,000 gold. Called a Harlequin quest to Shaco. It's terrible.
Oh shit.
Look at these urns. Good lord. Hey. Flying scimitars. Level 99 flying, or 96 flying scimitars. Do they even give any EXP?
Randomly open a portal, meaning to open an ident scroll.
Oh, I do that all the time.
Oh, it's locked. If only we had an assassin to open it.
If only there was an assassin.
They really need a lock-picking skill.
I need a key. It's locked.
It's called Roll the Assassin. Hey, wait, where'd the assassin go? Faded, get your butt over here.
I need a key. I need a key.
I don't have a key.
I need a key! Just pick up the assassin and insert the assassin into the lock and turn. Pull the assassin out.
I think that's what I said for this ladder. I'm not loading up on charms like I did. I want to be able to carry items and tools and keys, so I'm not looking all stupid when something nice drops.
I don't know. I've never liked the fact that they added charms into the game.
Yeah, we just need a charm inventory.
We need the opposite. I talked about this last stream. We need an inventory that gives you extra inventory space for the least number of charms you have in your inventory. So if you have no charms in your inventory, you get a full second inventory. But the more charms you put in, the more of your second inventory disappears. To the point where literally if you fill your entire inventory, your second inventory is completely gone. I want the penalty. I want the penalty of charms to be doubled Literally, to every time you put a charm in your inventory, not only do you lose 3 spaces for a grand charm, but you also lose an additional 3 spaces on the new inventory space. And you can't put charms. And you can't put charms in that inventory.
Yeah, you're a monster.
Only for items. I want to torture you all with extreme torturous prejudice. It's very important to me.
I don't like it.
I'm going to submit this to the devs, and it's going to be in 2.6. Doing it now. Hold on.
Go find the first blue post. Hey, I've got an idea.
I think it's a great idea, honestly, because it gives more inventory space to those who are careful in their management of the charms. And to those greedy individuals who have to fill their entire inventory, they get less.
That'll be the April 1st patch.
Like if you're the kind of person who keeps like a cube in your inventory at all times, and like a Tome of Identify, and you usually have like 8 slots open for like picking up items. Well, guess what? Now you've got what is that? 8 more slots, and then 8 more slots for the cube, the torch, and the book. So you've got literally 16 more slots to put items in because you're a cautious individual. Really make you think twice about adding that extra charm. You're like, I don't know. Gonna lose like 16 slots.
I mean, it doesn't stop me from filling out my inventory to begin with, so I don't suppose it would still stop me.
I don't know. If you had a whole extra inventory to put items in, I think it might. You'd be able to carry around swappies.
I mean, I leave 2 rolls of inventory space open all the time anyway.
And then you'd get 2 extra rolls then. See? It was already working out to your advantage.
I still think the charms just contradict the game entirely because this is a looting game, and then you have to take up your entire inventory in order to play the game at a high level.
Yeah, it's a looting game. You don't need the charms to play at high level. They're just extras.
It's an inventory management game.
You can totally beat the game without charms. They did it on Classic for years.
That's true.
Years, I say. Years. Yes, inventory management simulator. That's right. People like simulator games. They do. That's the new thing. I've been playing a lot of games that are like really weird simulator games. That are like combined with something else, like a horror game. There was one I played, it was called Closing Shift. And your entire job was literally to like make coffee and stuff. Like at like a fake Starbucks. And the entire time while you're making coffee, there's like a guy apparently lives there and is like trying to kill you. You only find out like way too late. You end up like dropping a brick on his head or something from the ceiling, which is pretty funny. He ends up following you home anyway. I don't know, it's just it's really interesting because like the whole games are kind of like based around a job, and they make you do the job. And then you kind of get lulled into a false sense of security, like you would even at your own job. You know, you're like, oh, I'm just doing my work, and you just feel like you're just doing your work eventually, like, and then they throw in the wrench and the cog wheel.
Is that what charms are?
A wrench in the cog wheel. We don't have any wheels in Diablo. Does anybody else get the feeling that if magic really did exist at any point in time, like that they would have used magic to make like complex machines and stuff? Like, it wouldn't have just been, you know, like, oh, I've got magic, I can shoot a fireball. No, it would have been like, somebody would have been like, okay, I use this magic spell to heat this up, and then that makes the steam boil, and, like, there would have been, like, magic machines, like, machines literally powered by magic. At least that's how I see it.
That sounds like Asgard.
That's how I see it. Like, somebody would have figured out a way to apply the magic to the machines. Yeah, we got a Duriel's Curios from Duriel. Pretty ironic.
That's literally what they did in Magic the Gathering, the lore. They use magic to make complex machinery.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about a game though. I'm talking about like if magic ever existed in real life, like there would be there would be magic machines. Like I can't imagine a world where there wouldn't be magic machines if magic really existed.
No, that's what I'm saying. That was the purpose of magic then, to make these machines. So I could totally see it if it were in real life.
Like in Harry Potter, where his God, what's that? Ron's father made the flying car. Like that's totally the kind of stuff that would exist. Like they would take real objects, imbue them with magic in some way, shape, or form, make them work. He totally should have got fired for making that car, by the way. I don't know if you guys ever followed the story, but that was against the rules. He was not supposed to be making magical objects out of muggle vehicles.
It was less about that, and it's more about he's not supposed to use magic in front of muggles. And so using the flying car was using magic in front of muggles, and yet no repercussions.
Well, the magic car did have an invisibility screen on it.
Yeah, but they specifically said it was seen by multiple muggles before they went visible.
But wasn't that just when Harry and Ron stole it?
Yeah.
You ever see that like silly meme that's going around the internet that basically said that that Harry Potter is just like a Star Wars ripoff? Like the entire story basically follows the same plot as Star Wars. I mean, Harry is a young kid who's orphaned at an early age, dropped off with his uncle and his aunt. Luke Skywalker is a young kid that's orphaned at a young age, dropped off with his uncle and aunt. Luke Skywalker has a magic that he can use that they can't, that his uncle is totally against. Harry Potter has a magic that he can use that his uncle is totally against. Like, it just gets worse and worse as you delve into it.
Nord's Tenderizer.
It's actually a pretty good one. And then you know, Harry gets trained by an older man who is wise in the ways of magic, and then he gets trained by an even older man who's high all the time, which is Dumbledore, which is basically just Yoda,
but tall. Gotta throw him off a little bit.
I mean, it's pretty hilarious. Because if you're a Star Wars fan and you're a Harry Potter fan, you probably never put it together. But like hearing it and knowing the story, I know you guys are like,
yeah, when you break it down into that level of plot,
like even the lightsaber, like you could literally equate the lightsaber to the wand. Because wasn't the wizard no good without his wand, and wasn't also basically the Jedi no good without his lightsaber? As soon as he lost his lightsaber, he usually got killed.
The Jedi can actually fight without a lightsaber. They just use that as a form of discipline.
Well, yeah, but like in the battle, for instance, when Luke Skywalker lost his lightsaber while he was fighting Darth Vader, it was a pretty big disadvantage, and he ended up losing his hand. And then he screamed no really loudly.
Yeah, I suppose having a lightsaber is pretty handy.
Heyo.
I'm pretty sure that the wizards could use some magic, similarly to the way that the Jedi could use their powers outside of the lightsaber, but like it was definitely more focused and more controllable when they had their wand in their hand. Just the same way, sort of, that honestly, the lightsaber kind of like gave the Jedi a method to utilize all their amazing abilities. I mean, you have something that can cut through pretty much anything.
It's surprising they didn't make Canyon of the Magi a terrorized zone. Go with the Tel Rasha tube.
Oh, you know, it's funny. The Ministry of Magic could even be equated to the Republic. To the Republic. Freaking evil. That evil. What was the evil lady's name in Harry Potter? The one that was like eviler than Dumbledore. Can't remember her name for some reason. I think I blacked her out from existence.
Was it that crazy cat lady?
The one that literally
No,
like
the one that made him write, I will not tell lies.
yes on the board, and it like also writ it back in the back into the back of his
No,
hand.
no, that's my wife.
Yeah, I mean she could be equated to like the Sith Lord, basically.
Yeah, that's the
What was her name?
cat plate lady. Umbridge, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep, that was it.
Yeah, Umbridge could totally be equated to the Sith Lord. Just kind of like in the system, working from behind the scenes, you know, like totally the evil guy, but like, you know, inside the organization that controls your organization, because the Republic was technically above the Jedi Order. Dolores Umbridge. Yep. Dolores. She was more evil than than Voldemort, in my opinion.
He's all Dumbledore.
Way more evil than Voldemort.
Dumbledore was pretty evil too.
I'm sure we've all had teachers like Umbridge at some point.
The worst kind. That's like pure evil. Doesn't get much more evil than Umbridge.
I don't know. I think it does. Umbridge was lawful evil.
Lawful evil is the worst kind of evil, in my opinion. Like, a chaotic evil or a neutral evil person is usually a little bit easier to deal with because they break the law. And once you've broken the law, you can be dealt with under the law. A lawful evil person, I feel like, is way worse because they're working within the bounds of the law. And by working within the bounds of the law, you don't even have the law to protect you from them. Whereas if a chaotic evil person does something evil, there's a very good chance the law is going to catch up with them. You know, even if they hide and, you know, do whatever it is that they do, there's still a good chance that the law can catch up with them, put them in jail. But the lawful evil person is never going to go to jail as long as she stays within the bounds of the law. Because she's not breaking the law, so she can't go to jail. Umbridge, I don't think Umbridge ever actually broke any of the rules, as far as I understand. She was still doing exactly what the rules stated. She just was twisting them to her own.
She was about to break the law whenever they were out in the forest.
Yeah. And that's in D&D games. That's when your character converts from a lawful evil character. I remember that on my paladin, because, you know, if you play a paladin in D&D, the paladin has to be lawful good. You can't play a paladin that's chaotic good. So you have to follow the law if you want to be a
can't
paladin.
he be any lawful? Lawful good, lawful neutral, lawful evil? He just had to be lawful?
Paladin, it's law. You have to follow the law.
So is it the monk that has to be lawful then?
Not sure, but if you fall from lawful good as a paladin, you also lose your paladin status and you go to a regular warrior. I've had it happen to me a couple times because I like to choose chaotic good like answers that usually don't fit with the whole lawful good thing. And if you choose enough chaotic good answers, it just downgrades you basically from lawful good to chaotic good, and then it strips you of your paladin status. Hey, lightning resist 11. Anybody need a lightning resist 11 charm? Nice little cap. Those are going to be hot commodities in the next patch, okay? Don't you guys all jump over yourself.
I am overburdened.
I mean, paladins can be evil, from what I understand, as long as the god that they serve is also evil. Because there are evil gods that they can like be under. Because a paladin is just a character that like uses the power of his particular deity to to empower himself and others around him. So so I think you can actually have an evil paladin, but they would basically be following an evil deity. But I think in that case they also still have to be lawful evil, because they have to follow the laws of their particular deity.
Good evening.
Which then they're under a different set of laws.
Okay, so that's true in 3rd edition and before, but after 4th edition and 5th edition, they could be any alignment, depending.
Well, I'm talking about Baldur's Gate, Neverwinter Nights, which were 2.5 and 3.0.
Good
Yep.
evening.
Which are still 2.5 and 3.0.
What tomb are we in now?
I think
Yeah,
it's
I'm not
something.
sure.
Came back to town for
Chad and
something.
I are in, which one is this? The downward chevrons?
Put up a portal.
We're at where I'm at. What is it called? Triangle. That's the only one that hasn't been.
Oh, you
done.
GGM, you're in the same one as us. We haven't done down here yet, I don't think. Oh, maybe they have. Yeah, okay, this one's empty then.
Geats Fortune is not super rare. It's not like ridiculously common, but it's not super rare. I think in this latter season I've found about 4 Geats so far. Like myself personally, not just handed to me by other people. Which I feel like is a decent number for like a 4-month period.
I think I've gotten 1, but I haven't played very much, even though I'm level 90 something. 90.
I got one like a week ago.
Very common if you're a streamer. I'm not really sure it works out that way.
I don't know. You're pretty lucky on stream.
Streamer. I always think I'm not lucky.
Compared to me, yeah, you are.
I'm
no,
streaming.
you
How we
try.
call for Portal.
Well,
You
okay,
guys-
so
you
streamer
guys-
luck is real because
No,
I started
no.
streaming and I got that amulet and that grand charm for you guys.
Y'all
Like,
just
right
need
after
to
I-
embrace the raccoon. You gotta embrace your inner raccoon, guys. It's all about that inner raccoon.
Clicky, clicky, clicky.
Most of my good drops have come from just, like, stupid stuff, like urns.
That's still luck.
Hmm?
So that's still lucky.
Is it, though, or is it just that I click on everything?
I click on everything too.
Because as we
Somebody's already
discovered,
been in
as
here.
we discovered with the seed codes, there is a chest out there, like in a game that always has like a burr rune in it. Like if you click on it at the right time, it will drop a burr rune. And if you could re-roll the game again, you know, and just refresh everything, and you ran back to that same chest and you clicked on it again, it would drop a burr rune again. Like it's been discovered essentially that the chests have like almost a predetermined drop table, depending on like the game seed code. So like me clicking on every single chest and every single urn and every single basket and every single hollowed out log, all I'm doing is finding that specific chest that has a pre-programmed nice drop.
That's the pre-program. Burr, burr, burr.
That's the burr, burr, burr. You guys are walking around and you're not clicking on the urns, and you guys aren't clicking on the baskets, and you aren't clicking on all the cool stuff, so you guys don't know.
We're saying we don't
Like
want
I really wish I was like God for like 10 seconds, just so that I could just snap my fingers and like put a number over everybody's head of how many like uber rare items you guys have just walked by in your playthroughs because you didn't click on like a urn, a chest, or a thing. Just 10 seconds. Just give me a little skill like this. In 1 second, actually, I'll just go like that, and it'll just be done. I would love to see the numbers. I bet you it's really high. And you guys will, like, cry. You'll probably look at your number in the mirror, and it'll be, like, in the thousands. And you guys will just hang your head in shame. I am
Well,
a
like you
trash
were saying
panda.
earlier.
I'm a trash panda, and I'm proud of it.
Like you were saying earlier about like kind of everything's almost predetermined by server. I mean,
I can't carry it.
that kind of rings true a little bit, but it's already that chest is predetermined when you make that game. There's still a chance there's no fur rune in the entire game.
Well, it has, like, from what I understand, it's like the chest is spawned and it kind of like has a predetermined drop table. The table might include like 10 other items besides that burr rune. But if you click on it at the same time every single time, which is basically what people have figured out, is that it kind of just like slowly rolls through the drop table. And so the time when you click on the item is just as important as making sure that you actually click on that thing.
Well, I
But
just
like, if
rolled
you
a
don't-
decent remnant.
But if you don't click on it, then there's absolutely no chance that the burr rune is falling out of it because, well, then you didn't even roll the table.
Right.
So there's a time thing to it. So like clicking that chest at like 2 minutes into the game, and then clicking that chest at 3 minutes into the game, you're going to get
We'll have a different result, yes.
Okay.
However, if you were to re-roll the same game using the same seed code, and you went back to that chest at the same time, it would drop the same item every single time.
Are we going
It's
to
the
10 before
illusion
this
of
ends?
randomness.
So they've actually discovered this like 100% for fact. So like if you go into a specific seed code, they used a chest as an example, and this particular chest dropped a Mal rune. And they
I think I
basically
saw Mr. Llama do that. Yeah.
they basically just teleported back to the same chest over and over again, made sure they followed the same exact route, you know, got there about the same exact time, clicked on it, and it dropped a Mal rune like every single time they clicked on it. Telling you, raccoon, the inner raccoon is the way. I don't care what nobody says. The inner raccoon is the way. Do you know the way? Do you know?
Well, at least it has some time element to it, so they can't just like make a mod that says, you know, this is all the burr runes that are in this game or something like that.
Well, it's funny because a little while ago, I actually was talking with my brother on here, and one of the things that I was talking with him about was that I believed very strongly, from my experience, that every single basically chest or item or clickable in the game kind of had like a predetermined drop, and that there was a really good drop hiding out there somewhere in all those urns and whatever, but you just didn't know which one it actually was. And that's what spawned the idea to like potentially like clear a game, like try and just like do everything in the game and clear it, and then kind of like put my results up and see what you know, like what did I get by clearing the entire game basically. And then Llama came out with like it was a couple weeks later, like the seed codes, and basically demonstrating that you could actually get the same drop from the same chest over and over again, which pretty much confirmed what I had thought all along, which is literally there is a predetermined like little drop table for just about every single urn and chest in the game, like based on the seed code. Now the seed code changes every single time you reload the game though, so the seed code's not the same on online for every single game, so you can't exploit that. But I mean, it doesn't really matter. Just because you can't see the seed code and you can't exploit the same chest doesn't mean that literally every single urn and chest in the game doesn't have a little predetermined drop table. I mean, I don't know exactly how many items are on the table, but it doesn't seem to be that complicated if you can literally get the same item every single time you click on a chest. There was a guy on Facebook the other day who was posted about how he found a Tyrael's Might every single time from this one chest. He's like, every single time I click on this one chest, I keep getting a Tyrael's Might. Dude had like 3 Tyrael's Mights. And that's a hell of a lot rarer item than a Mal rune.
It just sounds so far-fetched, but I absolutely believe it with RNG.
Superior sacred armor with 2 sockets. Sadness.
Now everybody's clicking pots.
Mm-hmm. Well, plus when you get players 8, there's a lot less no drop rolls, so the pots drop more stuff. Like if you're in a players 8 game, the pots are even better to click on because they have a much higher chance of dropping something. Hey, my chance to see if the sabers give you XP. Alright, let's test it real quick. Oh, he's already dead? Dang it. No, he's not dead. Okay, good. 177. Hey, they do give you XP. Nice.
Ow, ow, ow. Those guys crush you.
I was actually thinking about this the other day. You know, we actually do have the ability now to farm like normal difficulty and actually get higher level uniques and stuff because of the level cap. Pretty sure the level cap for normal difficulty is what, like level 46 or something, which is way higher level than the cow level in normal difficulty. A cold damage charm on the ground if you want it, Chad.
Ooh, someone's got a set of trangs. Bracers.
Yeah, you know why they get multiple charms? Because they're on single player and they don't change seed codes, Fidine. I was talking about that as well. So all those YouTubers that have done all those like 1,000+ runs and stuff like that, honestly what that does is it invalidates them almost completely. Because if the drop tables are the same, as long as you're in the same seed code, and if you're doing the same run the same way, and with tiny variables, then yes, you're going to end up with multiple uniques of the same type because you're going to be exploiting that particular seed code disadvantage. So like Geed's Charm, like if you got an Andoriel that dropped Geed's Charm in that particular seed code, then assuming that you get to her at the same time and kill her at the same time, she's going to drop a Geed's again. And over 1,000 runs, you can definitely say that you're going to kill her at the exact same variable a couple times in a row. So you're going to end up with at least like 3 or 4 of an identical item. And that's what we were talking about, is that like those people who did all these like massive number of runs in single player doesn't apply to online. And also the results are kind of invalidated by the fact that, like, say I watched your video of you running Andoriel 1,000 times, and then I'm motivated to go run Andoriel 1,000 times, right? Well, my Andoriel is going to be a different seed code than yours, and my drops are going to be different than yours. So I'm not going to get the same drops you are. I might not even get good drops at all, depending on how crappy my Andoriel seed code is.
Do we have an assassin here that uses traps?
What do you want,
'Cause
Kubus?
I just got a trap assassin GC with 12% faster hit recovery.
I'm gonna get you, Cody. What, you want a hug? Come here. Come here. Come get a hug. You're so.
Free hugs for everybody.
There you
You
go,
get a
look,
hug. And you
look.
get a hug.
Free hug for the monster dog. Here you go. And I'm going to beat you up too. You ready?
Well, the thing is that people started mapping out like where items dropped. So like you to take advantage of a seed code, you actually have to know where the item drops. You got to know what chest the item falls from. Like for instance, with that Tyrael's Might, like he had a picture of it. It was inside the Countess Tower or something like that. I can't remember. It looked like it was one of those zones. Anyway, he was clicking on the same thing over and over again, and so you would have to know what seed code he was using. You would have to know the thing he was clicking on, and you would kind of have to know his route as well. Or you could figure it out. I mean, you could vary it up a little bit, like teleport to it, count to 10, click on it, teleport to it, count to 20, click on it, teleport to it, count to 30, click on it, and eventually you'd figure it out. You'd figure out the right timing, and then you could just exploit the timing over and over again. I have heard, however, that your mercenary can affect the seed code as well, like if he attacks. So some people who are exploiting the seed code have also taken their gear off their mercenary, so their mercenary like can't kill anything. He is a monster. He's almost 100 pounds already. And I don't even think he's done growing. He's only like 5 months old. He's still a puppy. This is still a puppy. He's a puppy. He's still a puppy.
Hey, Pape.
Sounds like hacks. Probably is hacks. Here, let me see if I can pull up a video of him. No, let me see if I can find it real quick. I have a video in my downloads of him when he's a puppy. And the date is on there. I actually have it uploaded to my YouTube channel. So you guys can see it. Why is it not on my list? The puppy. I literally don't have it. Here, you guys can have this video while I'm looking for the other video. There you go. Have a video.
It's Mr. D2R. What is that powder he's rolling in?
Chinchillas roll in sand.
Oh, okay.
They that's how they take baths. He's taking what's called a dust bath. Okay, so he's 6 months old. He's 6 months old. Because I just found the video here. So here he is as a puppy.
It's the pupper's first snow. What do you think, Cody? What do you think of the snow? You ready to come down them steps? Come on. Come on, puppy, puppy.
Puppy. 6 months. That was so he's 6 months old. My bad. Why is there a shoe on my screen? Guilty dog. Cody's always guilty. Well, it absorbs the oils. The sand absorbs the oils from their fur. It's pretty effective. Yeah, I got a full bar. Look at that. One whole bar of EXP. Look at me. So we're 98. It's about to change. So I guess let's see what it changes to. We're not entirely sure. I mean, it does look like he has a little bit of pit in him. But he also has webbed toes, which is apparently a very specific couple breeds. Like, there's not very many breeds that have webbed toes. The vet also said it seems like he has Mastiff in him, which Mastiff does not have webbed toes. So we think he's like part Mastiff, part pit, part something else. Probably Labrador. Labrador also has webbed toes, apparently. So he probably has some lab in him. There's a couple other breeds of dogs that have webbed toes, but he definitely does resemble a lab. He has some lab features. Ready? What's inside here? What's in there? What's in there? Nothing. It's hollow. Hollow in there. Why is it so hollow? %100% good boy? No, he's definitely a bad boy. He's like 90% bad boy, 10% good boy. About 90% bad boy. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, maybe 95% bad boy, actually. I'm talking about you. That's right. Mr. Chew 'em up everything in the house. Mr. Tinkle on the floor. Mr. I don't leave people alone. Mr. Chase the cats and try to eat them. Mr. Steal food. Mr. Food Thief. That's right. I'm talking to you, Mr. Food Thief. I literally heated myself up some donuts the other day, turned around for 2 seconds, turned back around, they were gone. Both donuts just were gone off the plate. Wonder who took them.
Not here.
He didn't even chew them, he just swallowed them like a duck.
How much enjoyment did he get, though?
None. I don't even know. I know he didn't taste them. He don't even chew half the things he eats. He just swallows them. There's no flavor. Like, I literally taught him this trick, literally because he never tastes anything. Like, I literally make him sit. And I tell him to leave the treat alone. And then after he is a good boy and he sits down, I tell him to taste it, and I won't let him take it. I actually make him, like lick it. Like, I'm going to use a pork rind here. Let's see. Alright. I'll get a nice big giant pork rind. Alright, you ready? Cody, come here. Ready? Alright. Taste. Taste. Taste it. You taste it? What does it taste like? Tastes good? You gonna eat it? Yes. Just make him taste it. Make him taste it. He will make me starve by stealing my ladder snacks. He's a thief. I know you want more of them pork rinds. He said, I like those. Those are good. That's real nice. That's very good for me.
Ancient Sway Icy Cellar.
I mean,
Lots of gems, flawless gems on the ground here. Oh, they're flawed. Never mind.
no, there's Icy Cellar right off the bat. Might as well go in there and say hi. There are gloams in here sometimes. Lots of champion packs, lots of elite packs. Usually like filled to the brim with packs. You could say it's packed.
there a portal up?
Ooh, ouchies. Succubies.
I go.
Man, that one succubus really hurt. That's painful.
No.
Hello.
Wow.
Who's this?
This is Foxy.
Oh.
Shithead.
Well, hello. Welcome to the party.
Yep. I am here. I am streaming, just so you'll know.
Oh, I'm streaming too, so they
You're
better be
welcome
on
to
good
curse
behavior
and
or
holler
I'll
and
boot them out.
scream
Me too.
Oh, mine's mature audience, so. I don't do no flash and no boobies and all that shit. Hell no. And then when they say hot tubs, I just bring up the old hot tub background. Like, here you go. There's a hot tub for you.
I mean, if I need to do a hot tub stream to get more subscribers, I guess I'll make that sacrifice. I'm gonna let you guys know, though, I am a redhead and I have very white skin. Probably not.
So
You're
white.
probably not actually going to be able to see anything. It's probably just going to be a
that's
blinding
gross.
light. Like it's just going to be a
Yeah.
blinding light, and that's it. And you're just going to be like, I can't see anything. I'm like, well, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm reflective. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm streaming right now too, and my hair I cut short because my husband was had cancer, and so does my aunt Pam or cousin Peggy. No, cousin Pam. I'm sorry, not the wrong one. But so I cut my hair short, and now it's coming in dark. But when it grows out longer, it goes red. I get like an auburn color in my head. But so yeah, I'm very fair skinned as well, so I understand the whole.
Well, red is
I can't go
red
out
is
in the sun
always
very
the under gene. Everything else is usually dominant over top of it. So, but it's
'cause
always
my
there.
kids both are redheads
we
too,
hide.
but they. Yeah, my cousins are my nieces from my brother's side. They got the red hair gene so bad that they're just beautiful redheads. I love it.
My skin
But I
is
got more
so
of my daddies.
my skin is so white though that literally I have worn shorts like after the winter, and like literally people will exclaim out, like literally hold their hands over their eyes as I'm walking down the street, and like be like, holy crap, that's bright. But like,
Well, I try to get a tan in the summertime, but I usually have to burn first to get it.
I don't tan. I just get freckles.
I don't even
do
get
tan.
freckles. My
I'm
freckles
Polish
get
and
freckles.
German and Irish, so I think the German and the Polish kind of. I still tan a little bit, but. What's up, Jockey? I'm sorry.
Spike
I said
fiends
my
are
freckles get
vicious.
freckles.
Spike fiends are vicious. They killed me the other day. You watch out for a mighted, cursed pack of extra fast spike fiends. They will destroy you. Is no joke. They will just rip you asunder.
Wait, they'll rip me asunder charm?
Sunscreen doesn't do me any good, Pat. To be honest with you, I just usually just wear, clothing. Like that's the general. That's the you're making a joke about the refrigerator. But like in the sunlight, the best protection for a redhead is just don't let the sun touch your skin. Like long sleeve
pretty much.
shirts, like hat. One time I remember I went to a fair when I was younger. This was back when I was like 15, 16 years old, and I wore a basketball jersey. Basketball jerseys have little tiny holes in them all. They're pretty cool. They're very cool to wear because the air flows through them, keeps you from getting too hot. Well, when I got home and I took off the jersey, I literally had sunburn in the shape of all the dots on the jersey.
Oh, lovely.
El Ginger.
What's that?
Oh boy, that's gotta be harsh.
Like it was so stupid looking. Like it was just really stupid looking. Like just imagine like the whitest skin possible that literally blinds you, and then little tiny red dots all over in a uniform pattern.
Good. Fucking great. So, by the way, guys, we are listening to Ginger. He is another streamer, by the way.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm in his Discord. Ginger Gaming Mentor, by the way. He is in the. He has actually a group. It is a GG group. You do actually have to kind of be accepted. I'm not really a member, but they don't mind me hanging out with them. So
Well, we have public
I
chat.
almost was a member, but
We
yeah,
have public
this is a
chat
public
channels
chat,
too.
so-
So, I mean, the Discord is open for public users. It's just the Discord is like the private group behind the scenes.
I'm gonna come in and say hi and introduce myself because I just joined a couple days ago. Drakir invited me. So, but I wasn't really wanting to do the old member thing because I do JSP and stuff, so, or at least I'm looking into doing JSP, and I saw that was one of the rules, and I was like, oh no.
I mean, honestly, you won't need it. We literally like deck out every single person with equipment.
Well, it's just that I have a lot of giveaway stuff that as a streamer. So when I can't give it away, like right now it's going back to non-lanner, I'm gonna either try to give it away, but if it's not giveawayable, I'll just JSP it. Shh. Oh, the sun just came in. I'll be right back, actually. I gotta get a drink. Gotta go yell at my kid.
This is a pretty big little zone here, this Ancient's Way. Like, I kind of felt like I thought we were going to clear it out like a little while ago, but it just kind of keeps going on and on. Like, normally you don't go through Ancient's Way to clear it, so I guess that's kind of like my bad. It's like, this is maybe like one of the first times we've actually been through Ancient's Way not to clear it. I mean, not to just run through it, but to actually clear it.
Oh, almost died to those quill things.
Yeah, you saw me back up, didn't you?
Yeah, and then they all targeted me.
Yeah, I saw the elite pack of quill rats spawn, and I was like, oh no. Oh, they're the ones that killed me last time.
It's like,
They
YOLO,
upped
see you
the
later.
thorn damage on them too. The thorns damage is nasty. You got to be careful not to attack them too quickly,
I'll be back in just a bit.
because the thorns damage that they have is on attack now. So even if you miss, it still applies the thorns damage to you, and it gets really nasty. Especially if you're a fast attacker, like if you're a max breakpoint like Zealadin. You hit them so quickly and you apply the thorns to yourself so fast that you literally just kill yourself. Oof. I think that's pretty much it. We've cleared the whole thing. Not bad EXP, to be honest. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's not terrible at all.
Summon resistance. I think that's the end of it, though. There's a little place over here we didn't go, I guess. Oh, look, more quill rats. See, but this is kind of what I'm saying about, like, Worldstone Keep. Like, we could spend the time and clear it, but, like, the extra time that it would take us to run around and explore all the dead ends and make sure we've killed every single monster, we might as well just focus that into, like, running straight through. Because I honestly think it takes away from your EXP gain to try and clear the entire zone, because you're always going to end up with these dead ends, which are going to waste your time.
Yeah, you gotta kind of min-max it.
Yeah, I mean, you still want to kill lots of monsters, and obviously killing the most monsters in the shortest period of time is the goal. But, like, you kind of can't be exploring every single dead end, otherwise you're just wasting extra time. I don't know what the hell he's playing with now. He always finds some crazy-ass stuff to play with. And I can't ever keep no toys around for him either, because he just keeps taking them outside to the dang yard sale. That's what my girlfriend calls it. Because every single time we get him a toy, he picks up the toy and he tries to take it outside. Sometimes he succeeds and sometimes he doesn't. Because we usually try and get him to drop the toy, but... like... he just takes it outside and then he drops it somewhere. And so then I have to go outside and I have to pick up all his toys, like put them in a bag and bring them back in the house, and then slowly, one by one, he takes them all back outside again. He's also started taking other things outside, like socks, like forks, spoons, cups, like anything that he can pick up.
Just causing me to burn through potions. Oh, 17 life, 8% poison. Small charm. That's a gooder. Not greater.
People are going to be hunting for those 11% come ladder season 2.
Monarch over here.
I know I am. I know. A white monarch. Don't drop that in the pub game. What Sunder Charms will Wind Druids want to use? Physical and cold. Twister and Tornado are both physical damage, and Whirlwind, Hurricane is cold damage. So you honestly would probably want to use both.
Anybody ever claim that 11% lightning resist charm you talked about?
No, it's sitting in my stash. You want it?
Yeah, I'll grab it from you if you don't mind. It can replace my grand charm of lightning resist only.
I'll go grab it.
I joined you in town.
It was an 11% lightning.
Yeezer.
Because I also found an 11% poison, I think. Oh, did I put that thing? There it is.
Thank you, sir.
According to everything that we've seen so far, yes, you've been able to use more than one. They haven't corrected us, so. They haven't been like, no.
That's not where we want to be.
Yes, Kubus Abubus. What do you want? Do you have to do the pipiduras? Would you like a pork fry?
Oh dear.
Is your butthole stanky? I'll take that as a yes. He's literally staring into my soul right now. I just realized I didn't have conviction on. It's probably why monsters weren't dying.
That would be a good reason, yep.
Co-room. Nice.
Nice! Portal up in case somebody needed it. That's probably why things die quicker when I'm around you with your conviction aura on.
Oh yeah, definitely. Putting it to work. Putting it to work, to work, to work.
Oh, I see cellar.
Mr. Kubus.
Don't mind if I do.
What do you want, Mr. Kubus? I wish I could show you him just like staring into my soul. Then he could stare into you guys' souls.
Is it dinner
God.
time?
Oh God, that is a lot of lightning. That is a lot of lightning.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they just took out my Merc. Which is to be expected from that much lightning. I mean, I don't know who wouldn't die from a pulse that big, except for me. I'm a Tesladin. So I have higher than normal lightning resistance.
Yeah, I was running Salvation, so in hopes it would keep things alive.
So lightning has a higher percentage, and it also applies an additional bonus. So if you're fighting Gloam specifically, you definitely want to use resist lightning instead. Like look at your resistances right now, and I'll show you. So like if I activate my resist lightning, now look at your resistances.
Oh yeah, 95%. Jeez.
So resist lightning not only increases your resistance, it also increases your max resistance. So when you use that in a group setting, you can like almost completely protect your group from a specific element. Whereas Salvation doesn't give any max, but it will beef up their resistances, like against all elements. But you usually don't need all elements. You usually need one element. Like that's usually the issue. Like you're fighting Gloams and you need lightning, or you're fighting Diablo and you need fire. Like it's usually something more specific. Like every time we do ladder runs, I will always use, like on this particular character, I would always use resist lightning when we were fighting the Gloams to protect the group against the Gloams, because most of the time people didn't have the resistances set up properly yet.
Yeah.
But of course, as soon as you toggle resist lightning as a Tesla did, you are also horribly gimping yourself, because all of your damage is coming from your holy shock. So you're kind of at that point, you're relying on your group to kill the monster. Now, after I got the dreams, though, I can now put the resist lightning on at the same time, so it's not as bad. An F protector shield. Two sockets.
Did your paladin shield video go out yet?
Yes, today. It was this morning. Tomorrow morning is the armor, elite armor basis.
I just finished watching the non-paladin shield one this afternoon. Alright, well, I think Icy Cellar is empty now.
Yeah, I was moving on. It's a nice little warm campfire here. It's warm and toasty. It's a little toasty here. Nice little marshmallow roasted campfire. Look at a lantern.
Can't even stand in it.
You're not supposed to stand in the fire. J-mods. Grave wand, what's that? 2 to grab, 2 bone spear, 1 attract. Not quite. 35k in the bank.
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you.
Nailed me while I
And
walked
your
by.
gaming mentors, happy fun time. No, I'm kidding. More like the dog is staring into my soul.
I just came
Please
to
help
say
me.
hi, so I'm gonna get off. Go to my Discord. So thank you.
Well, nice meeting you.
Thank you for being a guest speaker in my stream.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
My husband's in my other channel, so I have to go back.
Alright, guys and gals, I gotta go to work tonight. Sucks. But after tonight, I will be off, so I can stream as much as I want to. And we're getting pretty close to ladder, obviously. We only got 2.5 more days. 2.5 more days, my friends. If you guys are unaware, ladder starts at 5 p.m. PDT on October 6th. So it's going to be like, you know, like 8 o'clock EST. If you're further, you know, like toward the east, you know, it's going to be even worse for you guys. I kind of feel bad for y'all over in, like, say, like, Germany and stuff like that, where the time zone is probably pretty unfair for y'all. What are y'all going to be starting at? Like, 12 o'clock EST or something? Or, like, basically, like, in the middle of the night? I don't even know.
I'll just be getting off work just in time for the start.
2 a.m. for Chad. Well, good morning, Chad. I mean, quite honestly, it's going to be bad for EST as well. I mean, 8 EST, within 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, literally within 4 hours, it's going to be 1 o'clock. So we're going to be up all night. Like, that's pretty much what's going to happen. We're going to be up all night. We're probably going to be streaming all night into the morning. And, dang, I don't even know. I don't even know if I'm going to go to sleep at that point. I mean, if it's literally daytime, I might just decide to stay up. Isn't that right, Kubus? He said, don't tell me what to do. I'll do what I want to do. I bite. You got all these mean teeth. Look at all these mean teeth. Look. Mean. Look at them chompers. Look at those mean chompers. Oh, no. Oh, no, chompers. He got big jowls too. Like he's got the jowls. He's a jowl dog. He's got these big monster jowls. Look at these like big flaps, big meat jowly flaps. And when we're eating food, he literally sits there and just drools, just drool, just pouring from his jowls, like as if somebody turned on a faucet on like the lowest setting. Oh, I got plenty of water, Warfighter. I got plenty of water. I got some healthy-ish kind of a snacks, I guess. I got some mixed nuts. You know, mixed nuts aren't like straight up candy. I got some Old Trapper beef jerky protein. Protein, believe it or not, very good to help you get, you know, kind of stay full so you don't just like snack the entire time. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this. But, like, protein tends to help you, like, you know, kind of, like, not be so peckish. So you're just, like, constantly shoving stuff in your face. So it's good to have a little bit of protein handy, whether it's beef jerky or if you got, like, hard-boiled eggs or something. You know, you can go cheap. I actually got two different kinds of beef jerky. I got Sweet Baby Ray's as well. Sweet and spicy.
That's really good jerky.
As you can tell, I like spicy. I got peppered and I got sweet Baby Ray's sweet spicy. So I got a lot of spicy foods, and I got a little bit of snack stuff too. I got the Cheez-It Snaps. They're cheesy, thin, and crispy. I like the crunch. And then what I bought today, which I probably shouldn't have bought, was a 40-pack of Rice Krispie treats. All right, which is probably the junkest food that I got, although it's not even really that bad. It says it's only 8 sugars per bar, which isn't even really that bad. Even if I ate the entire box, that's only what, 8 times 40. That's not too bad as far as sugars is concerned. I'm obviously not going to eat all 40 bars in one day. I mean, maybe I might. I also got plenty of water. Lots and lots of water. I got it in the refrigerator, so it's nice and cool. I'll probably break out, like, you know, quite a few bottles before then. Have them all lined up on the table here, so I don't gotta go nowhere. The hotkey list, it's options, gameplay, display active skill bindings right here. You probably also want to turn on quick cast skills. That's also a very important one. Quick cast skills has really kind of like changed the way that we play the game. Definitely made it a hell of a lot easier, in my opinion. Why would I even risk a pee bottle? That is just absolutely silly. Maybe when I wasn't a streamer, Charles. But I can't risk you guys seeing my wang on live stream. I get banned. And then what? I ain't gonna make no more money. Shame, shame, shame. Shame, shame, shame. Alright, guys and gals, I'm going to head out. I got to get ready for work. I will see you all tomorrow. I'm definitely going to be on tomorrow for some live stream action. So, as always, thank you for watching, and be nice to Mr. NiNi, or he'll bite you.